Okay. Hi. Hello. We are starting. It is showing on the screen right now. Hello, welcome in everyone. Um Today I'm going to be playing this game that is showing on the screen right now. It is called Please Be Happy. It kind of skipped the little scene that appeared earlier. Um Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the headbat. Um, this is a visual novel uh game which shows um well, I could read it. I could read what it says. I do say that it's like a relationship uh between women. But there's more to it than that. I find it really interesting. The location uh for these characters is in New Zealand. Um, Kind of like a neighboring country to uh, Australia. Uh, just a minute. I will read it. And we do have some music. I don't know if I have it muted or not. Oh, it's a bit fidgety. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Not that one. I had that on earlier. Um, it's this one. Yeah. Okay. So, here is what it says. A comfy Yuri VN visual novel about the fox girl Miho and her quest to find the person who's most important to her. This emotional visual novel features two different heroines, uh, Heroines, to choose from, and a story that will make you both laugh and cry. I am prepared for both, and I hope that you are too. If you feel it in your heart, if you feel like you can, yeah, if you feel the emotion, if you feel um, like you empathize, um, yeah, I got some of that. Got some of the empathy. Hmm. So I wonder if there's another way. Okay, gallery, music room,
Oh,
episodes.
thank goodness. A moment to relax.
Hmm. This is the only game that I'll be playing today. Thank goodness, because um, if it were another day and I ended up starting another game or there was something added onto it, that would be on a cooler day. The weather is pretty nice at the moment, but I'm still waiting for the temperature to go down. Yeah. So it's gonna be a chill stream. To play this game and chat. I officially returned back to streaming yesterday. I was well, even though I called it a catch up, it was pretty much talking about what has occurred, what's happened in the past month and a half, and yeah, right. And my attitude towards the new year is kind of like, well, if there's silence, I am probably going to try and ramble or find a topic because that's fun. I feel like I may have left behind a little something last year. And that one thing is something that I brought into the final 2 months of last year. But now I am making it known. I am admitting it. I can show in this pin. My sexuality, or, well, technically, part of it is lacking. You could probably say part of it is lacking. Because I pretty much came out as asexual and lesbian. And with that comes with the slightly bolder opinion that I don't like guys as much. I consider them to be friends. That's okay with me. It's okay for me to be friends with guys. But if it crosses that, if it crosses past that, no. I still believe in romance, as you can see by playing this game, as I am going to be playing the game. But as for the expression of like sexual attraction or connection, it's not there. So still romantic, not sexual, and I love women. I am attracted to women, and yeah, I think that about covers it. Unfortunately, I'm not going to say this loudly, but like maybe somewhere in the middle. Unfortunately, it was due to a few interactions that I have admitted and officially stated that I am attracted to women and I am asexual. And I find some guys repulsive. Like, I find some of them not approachable. I know that was pretty big of me to share. Pretty like bold to share, but I gotta say it. Thank you for stopping by. And like, if you're staying and you're interested in like seeing how the story plays out in the game, then cool. That's good. Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness. A moment to relax.
Okay. Oh, I really need to look through the sound. Check that it's okay. Oh, it's on pause for a moment. Okay. Well, let's get started, shall we? Right. There was one more thing before I get started. Here is the intro. Here is the intro. Oh, it's not connected. That's okay. That's all good. So, hello, I'm a wolf VTuber. I go by they, them pronouns. And I like to play a variety of games. Listen to many genres of music. Some of them are in different languages. Yeah. I feel like I have like a bunch of ways to introduce myself, but that's a short one. That's a short version. Yep. I play when I say variety games, I mean like silly games, romantic games, adventure games, cozy games. And then I like to spend at least one stream playing horror games. The Ookie Spooky games. So, nice to meet you. And I did the whole spiel of like, yeah. And you can see on the pin. I'm wearing a pin for a reason, so everybody can see. And I can talk a little about that, but sometimes it might just save me from talking about it. You can just see the pin that my model's wearing. So it shows a small part of the asexual flag and a small part of the lesbian flag. And on the end, it shows the flag for Bambi lesbian.
Let's read a story together.
Let's read a story together. Oh, okay, so it's not on order at the moment. Okay. Cool. Birch trees. I missed a line. Oops. Birch trees shivered, pondering the weather, and dropped their leaves in fright. Streams bubbled, unseen by man, and babbled by like the birds in the trees. In the middle of the forest was a grove, and in the middle of that grove was a log. It had been years since it had fallen. Once one of the proudest trees around, and now in death was home to an abundance of life. A line of frantic ants ran to and fro, mushrooms cloud-like and pillowy, sprouted across one side, like a footpath for fairies. Nearby, an old toad flopped contentedly in the mud. And inside the deep, damp hollow of the tree, something slept. I might move the microphone a bit closer. A traveller strolled into the grove. Their steps were slow and tired, and they spotted the log with relief, like greeting an old friend. Weary from the day's journey, the traveller sat to take a rest. Whoosh! With the scrabbling of nails on rodden wood, a shadow vaulted from inside the log to the tall grass nearby. The traveller watched the brush rustle as a faint patch of fur appeared within. Hello there, friend. I didn't mean to disturb you. They held their hand towards the grass, offering a piece of dried fish. At first there was no reaction, and then first a snout appeared, quivering as it tasted the air. Then followed the rest of the fox, sleek and tawny, as she took several slow steps forward. Her amber eyes were alight with mistrust, but also with wild, wild curiosity. The stranger sat unfazed, their offerings still outstretched. They dared to meet the fox's eyes, and in that glance felt something kindred. As the fox closed her jaws around the gift, a bond was made. Maybe we aren't so different, you and I. The traveller returned the next day, and the day after that. Each day they brought some treat for their new friend. Each day the fox's steps grew a little more trusting. One day when the traveller arrived, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently.
Hello, my friend. Have you been waiting long?
The fox peered up at the traveller. Her amber eyes were warm and trusting. She accepted her gift of meat, knowing it at the traveller's feet then and there. The traveller sat, imprinting into their mind the feeling of the wood beneath them, the clean air around them. and the tender bond of companionship.
Where is your home, little fox? Is it here in this grove? Or do you come to see me too? This will be the last time, I'm afraid. Because I'll be going home tomorrow. Home is such a small place compared to the rest of the world. Yet, it's some place I can't wait to return to. I wish I could bring you with me, little friend. I wish that you could see the world too. Your home is all around me, though, isn't it? It's wherever the trees are, wherever the leaves fall. Little fox, perhaps it's you who's the more fortunate of the two of us.
All too soon, it was time for the traveller to go. As they bade goodbye to the forest and to the fox, they knew that they would not return, but that they would carry the memories with them always. The next day, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently. Of foxes and fables.
We've now docked
Chapter
at
1.
Wellington Skyport. Thank you for flying with Kiwi Airlines, and we hope to see you again.
The intercom's announcement is muffled in the closet where I'm hiding, just like the clatter of the seatbelts and the chattering of passengers getting ready to disembark. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. Let me just do something here. I might move a little to the other side, possibly. Okay. Like over here. Just in this corner. Hopefully I won't have to move from this spot, but if I do, then okay. I wriggle around impatiently, sore from crouching in here for I don't know. I don't even know how long it's been. Hours for sure. The last few minutes always feel like they take the longest. A parade of footsteps begins to pass by outside my door. It's time. I listen carefully, waiting for a gap in the crowd. When it comes, I stand up and push the door open in a single movement. I give a wink to the shocked looking lady that I stepped out in front of. She doesn't even have time to gasp because I'm out of her sight. Humans. They're always kind of slow. I nod at the smiling flight attendant as I pass her by, and then throw up my hood to cover my face. It's been a while since I last flew, but it didn't seem like things have changed much. It's always been harder to sneak on than it is to sneak off. I follow the crowd to the end of the walkway and step out onto the ground. After a long stretch, I take a deep breath and savor the fresh air after being stowed away for so long. Wellington Skyport, New Zealand.
I made it!
Yippee! Yeah, this is still a pretty good view at the moment. My breathless voice joins the pleasant hum of the skyport. A few clouds drift lazily overhead, almost within arm's reach. The sound of the waves rolling onto the shore is like a lullaby. It makes me want to burrow into the sand and take a nap. But I can't. First, I need to get out of here. And there's one more challenge ahead. Up ahead, the snaking line of passengers splits as people are funneled into a few security stations. While I'm too far back to hear what the guards are saying, it looks like they're examining a little booklet from each traveller before letting them pass. Humans sure like processes and procedures. I definitely don't have a booklet like that. Glancing around, I hope to find another way out. An open window would work, or even an unguarded exit. I'm pretty sneaky when I need to be. Unfortunately, it looks like the only way to leave is to go through security. Without any other option, I join one of the lines and prepare myself. I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. The line moves briskly as passengers are cleared one after the other, and I'm almost at the front of the queue before I know it. As the passenger in front of me approaches the booth, I listen closely.
Good afternoon. Passport, please.
might turn down the music a bit. Okay. Okay. About here. It's pretty good.
Right here. It's good to be home.
I'm sure. Welcome back.
She stamps something in the man's booklet and then hands it back to him, and he continues on out of the skyport.
Next.
That's me. I don't know what they'll do to people without any papers, but I don't want to find out. I'm sure it involves lots of questions, being escorted around, and other unpleasant stuff. Casually approaching the gate, I put on my brightest, friendliest smile while keeping a slight distance. With my breathing steady and tail calm, I'm sure I put on a convincing act.
Passport, please.
Of course.
I fumble around in my pockets, pretending to look for my passport. Instead, I grab the useless clunky phone that I've been carrying around and let it clatter to the ground at the guard's feet. As expected, she bends down to retrieve it for me.
Oh, let me get that for you.
And I make a run for it, bolting ahead and rushing past the security booths as quickly as I can.
Hey, you wait!
Stop!
By the time they realize what's happened, I already have a few seconds head start. My inhuman speed, combined with the natural chaos of the skyport, should also buy me a bit of time. Still, I've got them all off my I've got them off my tail. Dashing through the skyport doors and out into the road outside. I don't even have time to take the city. Without stopping for breath, I run into the narrow streets while weaving between cars and shocked bystanders. Being seen by so many people like this is annoying, but it won't matter by tomorrow. Putting the thought out of my mind, I vault over a low wall into a nearby alley and land in a crouch. Out of sight, but for only a moment. I close my eyes and relax my muscles. All feeling disappears except a slight warmth against my neck. My secret weapon. The unremarkable looking necklace is one of my only possessions, and by far the most important. A certain one of the beads strung around my neck begins to heat up in response to my will, a soothing warmth flowing through my body. My hands and feet begin to morph first, the fur chasing up my arms and legs as they distort and shorten. There's the bit of the twist. She's a fox. Yep. You might have been able to guess, while I was reading. This sensation was so bizarre the first few times I tried. It's amazing how it's become second nature by now. Closing my eyes, I let my body and head shift in turn. The face is always a little uncomfortable. My once human face changing and lengthening into a snout with some difficulty. I'll pause when the ads start. Twing! The process complete. After only a few seconds, I opened my eyes, not as a human, but as a fox. I dart away without waiting, far quicker on 4 legs than I ever could be on 2. Obstacles like the stack of garbage cans ahead would be a pain to get past as a human, but instead I'm able to flit between the gaps without slowing down.
That's her! I know it!
Sounds like the security guard hasn't given up on me yet. I pick up the pace, running as fast as my paws will take me. Her heavy breathing gets farther and farther away, and in just a minute or two, I know I'm safe. I don't know where I am, but it's not like I knew where I was when I started running. I almost feel bad for the lady who was chasing me. She never stood a chance. Even in the crowded city streets, there's no way anyone or anything can outrun me. The wind just wishes it could keep up with me. And I say Porto. Wow, it really passes by quickly. Maybe it's because I wasn't able to check the exact time that the ad started. I could only see the messages from Sari. I think I'm still waking up a bit. I'll have another sip of water. Have you decided yet? The only reason I have my door open is to let a cat in. Hi. Okay. Oh, I still need to turn on the other fan. I'll be back in just a minute, everyone. Okay. Not that I mind. Okay. Okay. Soon. I'm hoping for a more energized day. Feel like it's I feel like the past 2 days have been pretty nice, but uh since it is a pretty chill stream, I'm not like pushing myself to just give off a lot of energy, but maybe next week. Maybe next week. That could change a bit. There are still more games to play. I'm going to uh well, you know what? I'll probably talk about it later on. Maybe not when I'm in the middle of the game. Um but just know there are more games that I have in mind. Uh okay. Comfortable that the danger's past, I slip into another alley. Once I'm sure that I'm alone, I close my eyes and concentrate on the form I want to take once more. The familiar flowing warmth runs through me again, my body stretching and deforming at my command. A few seconds later, and I open my eyes to glance at my hands.
Better luck next time.
Brushing the dust off myself, I nonchalantly stroll out of the alleyway and back into the street. The odd person walks by on this errand or another, not paying any attention to me, just the way I like it.
Left, right, past turn, left.
Left, right, past a turn, left. Mapping out my path in my head, I look for a way to the main roads. It'll be easier to get my bearings there. I pick turns at random, without any real destination in mind. When I decided to make the journey to Wellington, it was pretty impulsive. I'd overheard another pair of travellers talking about it and how beautiful a city it is. With a moment now to take in the scenery, I can see they weren't wrong. The streets around here seem like a mix of homes and businesses. Everything is very colourful. Even the brick walls are covered in pictures and paint. In the distance, I can see green hills that are lined with houses, as well as green hills that are completely empty. There are a lot of hills, now that I look around some. Ooh! I see the flags. We see the flags. They're nice colors. From just a few streets away, the sound of pedestrians and busy intersections floats my way. I head in its direction, taking shortcuts through yards and driveways when it's convenient. In one lawn, a big dog growls at me as I walk past. But when I transform and growl right back, he tucks his tail and runs away. Dogs and I have always had an understanding. Mm-hmm. After squeezing through one last narrow side street, I finally emerge onto what looks like a main road. There's no cars here, but tons of people on foot. It looks so beautiful here. I like the buildings. The little decorations, the potted plants, looks pretty nice here. There are brightly coloured signs and decorations on most of the buildings. In the middle of the street, there are fountains and benches and trees and all kinds of stuff. The best part is the variety of stores. When I stroll past a few of the windows and peek in, I can already tell that I'll be able to do most of my shopping around here. There are stores with food, with clothes, and with just about everything else. I don't have any money on me, but that isn't exactly a problem. What is the problem is that it's too crowded. Dodging a couple of security guards is one thing, but trying to escape down a busy street with lots of people could be too much even for me. I'll just have to remember where this place is and make another visit later. After all, the shops are closed. Okay. Good night. And take care. Then a man in a bright coat hurries past me, talking loudly on his phone in a language I don't recognize. He's so distracted that he doesn't even notice when his wallet falls out of his pocket and onto the sidewalk. I notice, of course. Seeing an opportunity, I zip over and snatch it up. Prying open the black leather pockets, I find
Score.
a couple of bills and what I figure is the local currency. I slide the money out and into a pocket of my jacket. By now, the man is so far ahead that he's almost out of sight. I have to hurry to catch up to him to give him back his wallet, and he barely even says thank you.
I should have just kept the whole thing.
Honestly, I was kind of expecting the same. So, when I think of that, when I think of somebody who has dropped their wallet or purse, that could go in a few directions. So, there is one. You pick up what has just been dropped, and then you just return it directly to the owner. Uh, well, it's kind of complicated. Now that I think about it, it's a bit complicated because there could be a few reactions, or there could be just no reaction. You know, when I think of somebody who is being considerate, being thoughtful, like, even from somebody who you don't know, if somebody picks up something that has been left behind on the ground, like they accidentally dropped something on the ground, and that other person, like, who picked up the item to return it back, they could say, "Oh, thank you for picking this up. Sorry, I'm a bit clumsy." I don't know, like something like that. Which is to say, sorry, it slipped out, like the wallet or purse just slipped from my hands. Thank you for picking it up and returning it. Just like, who else thinks of that? Who else thinks of like the like the ideas that are connected to finding something that has been dropped? There's returning it to the owner, or if you cannot find the owner, you could find a lost and found area, and maybe the owner can like go to the lost and found. Or there's just keeping it, just keeping the whole wallet or purse. Or there's what she did, which is like, I can kind of understand his response. Like, if he knew, if he had a, like, if he had an idea that she had taken something out of it, then it's probably understandable that he's just like, he just picks it up and then walks away. Yeah. Even though I do consider a few possibilities of what could happen during that time of an incident, I do like the thought of somebody who has dropped their wallet or purse, and then there is another person who has found it, and they walk back to return that item. Yeah. I had something similar happen to me. Um, there was one time when I was going to buy food from McDonald's and I accidentally left a little purse with my house keys. And I just left it sitting on a table. I walked away and then I realized, oh, wait, I forgot something. It's not really a laughing matter. Okay, so it's kind of funny. It's like serious, half funny. Because I could have there could have been the chance of me just losing the keys, and I would need to get a copy of the key. I went to look around in the car park area around the McDonald's eating stations, like the table and chairs. I didn't find it. So I needed to ask one of the workers. Can you believe it? Like, I know I don't talk about this a lot of like accidents that happen, but they do still happen. I've had a bunch of odd things happen to me. Yeah. So, what ended up happening is I asked the worker at, like one of the staff members at McDonald's if there was somebody who found a little purse with keys. It's like a little pouch with a zip, and it just holds my keys. And I had gone to pick up my order and then walked away. I was only here like a few minutes ago. Just to give a bit of information to them that it is like something that belongs to me. It's not me asking for the sake of somebody else. Or like I'm not some other person. They did show me what it is that I was trying to describe, and I said, "Oh, yes, that's the one. Yeah, that's mine. Thank you." So yeah. And now I know to keep it in my bag. At the time, I was only carrying a little bit, like only a small amount of things. So, yeah. Now I know what I must do for when I go out to buy food. Bit of a story from personal experience. I'm gonna drink more water. Does anybody else have a drink with them? If not, I recommend it. Or even like grabbing a snack. Alright. Oh, this music is relaxing. Okay. I will continue reading. It's only fair that I get a little something for myself, since it's not like he would have ever gotten it back without me. I head back to my bench and inspect my prize. Wow. A blue bill and a brown bill. These feel sturdy, nothing like the paper I expected.
One, 0, 10, and 5. So 15.
15 isn't much. I definitely should have kept the whole wallet. Oh well, at least this could... oh well, at least this should be enough to buy myself something to drink. My thirst is starting to get the better of me. As I haven't had anything since I snuck into the airship. Oh, that's so pretty. I like to see that. But more so when it's healthy. When the plants are healthy. Oh, what a time. Following my nose, I walk down the busy street until I find one of the many cafes lining the path. The sign hanging above its front door has a picture of a bell on it. Cute. Oh my gosh. This cafe. I love cafes. I love visiting them. A charming bell rings out from above the door as I enter. I can't help but savor the wave of refreshing, cool air washing over me, which feels even better after so much running.
Hiya! Welcome to the Bell House.
Oh! She has wings. The barista behind the counter is the only other person in the store right now. As I nod in greeting, and she leans forward with a cup in one hand and a pen in her other.
What can I get you? We're having a special on affogatos if you want to try one. Usually, they're like $7, but today, they're only 5. I'd like a...
I'm not sure what an affogato is. Isn't that a vegetable? Not wanting to commit to the strange sounding drink, I look at the menu instead. Unfortunately, it's full of handwritten, spindly letters. I can't read a single word, and there are no helpful pictures. Safe option it is.
I'll just have a vanilla latte. Ugh, boring. But okay. Name?
Well, she's honest. She's honest.
Mio.
It's my first time testing out how that name sounds, and I decided that I like it. I decided on the airship that that was the name I would use here in Wellington. I've used so many names throughout my life that I can't remember most of them. For each new city that I visit, I come up with something new. Foxes don't have any use for names, so nobody ever gave me one. She scribbles something on the cup with a black marker. If that's how this name looks, then I'm even more pleased with it.
$4.50, please.
I hand her the brown bill, and she gives me back a big coin with a picture of a boat on it.
Alright, I'll have this ready for you in no time.
She sure seems enthusiastic. I notice she spins around and starts working, looking about somewhere to sit. I decide on a seat by the window with the sun pouring in. Near the entrance of the cafe, there's a wire rack with a stack of maps and tourist pamphlets. So I grab one of the maps before taking my seat. This cafe is big and bright, with plants everywhere. They're on the walls, on the floor, and on the ceiling. Most of them are real and vibrant, obviously being well cared for. Even the lights that hang down from the ceiling have glass ornaments with little shrubs in them. Seems like I made a good choice coming here. And any place with a bit of nature in it is more comfortable to me than places without.
I guess I should find a place to stay.
I agree. Looking down to the map I took, I traced the path I made from the port to this cafe. It's useful, but it doesn't really tell me anything helpful about the houses in particular. I'll need to find a higher vantage point. I move my finger along the hills I noticed from outside, following the little brown path to a patch of green with a little mountain icon. That should work for now.
Miho!
My ears perk up right as the barista arrives and places my drink in front of me.
Thanks!
I reach over and take the warm cup in my hand, but the barista doesn't let go.
You ready for the rain tomorrow? Huh?
Ah,
It's gonna rain tomorrow.
I glance behind me out the window. It's as sunny and blue a day as I've ever seen.
How do you know that? There aren't any clouds out there. I'm just good with the weather. Anyway, if you forget, then you'll be sorry.
What a great example of weather changing. I honestly wonder what it's like in New Zealand. What the weather is like there. 'Cause I'm curious if it's similar to Australia. Probably not the same, but could be close. Could be a little similar. Yeah, maybe. Next, probably the next chance that I get to talk to her. To... Oh, yeah. I think it's, them? Them? I think they chose she, they. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could. She finally lets go of my drink and heads back behind the counter. People are weird. Does the barista pull that on everyone? Hmm. I get the feeling that she might. Not on everyone. I don't think she would ask everyone, but maybe for those who are new around the town and maybe unfamiliar with the weather. I'm glad that she asked that question, actually, because yeah, it kind of reminds me of when I say, uh, take care and be safe, that sort of thing. And to have a good day. Like, you know, just to say some nice things. So everybody's day is a little better. Yeah. Standing on the doorstep, I have my first sip.
Oh, this is really good.
It's pretty plain, but well made. The coffee isn't too bitter, which is perfect for me. Yeah, that sounds about right. Since it is a vanilla latte, it could be a mix of uh what is it? Coffee drip, like uh coffee shot, uh vanilla syrup and milk that has been frothed. All prepared uh at the coffee machine. I have made a mocha before. I haven't been taught to make a vanilla latte yet, but I think I know the simple version of it. Like the ingredients, what can be placed in the cup, but the process of it and having it turn out the way that Miho likes and having it turn out the way the barista has made it is like, I feel like that is something new to be learned for me and probably many others who um haven't been taught to make a well made uh vanilla latte. I've I've just tasted one. I've just tasted a vanilla latte but I haven't made one. um, with a moment to myself, my thoughts turn inwards as I sip the warm drink. Has anybody else tried that? A vanilla latte or something similar? I keep thinking about the um oh yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I was going to ask something else that is in relation to hot drinks, but it's kind of a broad question. It's kind of a big question. Uh, I like to drink chai. Drinking a chai latte is probably my favorite for um for a hot drink that doesn't have coffee. Um, what else? Hot chocolate. I feel like hot chocolate's pretty close. Yeah, tea, like herbal tea. Honestly, when I think about wanting to have a tea with um little ingredient with little ingredients, it would probably be hot water and lemon and honey. Um, yeah. If they served like a really good tea like that at a cafe during a time, yeah. I guess I'm talking based on like what I was reading in your message. Um, if they serve a tea like that at a cafe, then I'm going to choose it. I have not been able to find loose leaf tea that is that's herbal or like has a flower taste yet, but I do have black tea. I do have a lot of black tea at the moment. Um, thankfully, I go with the suggestion of like hot water, lemon, and honey, or it won't like some of the time honey won't even need to be added to it. It could just be the hot water and lemon. Um, adding ginger or adding cinnamon. Uh, yeah. But for chai, it's probably the sweet kind and a very specific uh spice chai. Hmm. Like if I'm able to add a bit of milk to a spice chai, then I would be cool with that. Um yeah. I like a lot of drinks, but what I don't like is drinks that become too sweetened. It's nice. Uh-huh. I'm okay. Yeah. Let's just say like on occasion I would like something sweet, but for something often to have, I would choose something bitter. Something that's on the bitter side or something that's in between bitter and sweet. Ah, yeah. It was nice to play Coffee Talk last year. Oh, yeah, those are the thoughts. Um, to be honest, the only drinks I have is tea when I'm sick. Understandable. I can relate. And hot chocolate in the winter. Yeah, that's good. I'm trying to think of. Hmm. A drink to have during hot weather that isn't fizzy. It's still like a still drink. Uh, probably an iced tea. Yeah, there is iced tea. Um, that could be something that I try. other thoughts. Okay, I'm gonna continue with reading. uh, my first travels were in search of someone, but despite my whole life being spent trying, I haven't made any progress in finding them. So I've taken to simply wandering, going wherever I wish at the time. I've been itching for a change of scenery anyway, so I boarded, well, snuck onto the first airship that I could find. Uh, the first airship that I could. I guess I inserted one extra word. The best part about owning nothing but the clothes on my back is that I can pick up and leave whenever I feel like it. I take a moment to get my bearings and look around. I see a tired looking person shuffling along the far footpath with a briefcase in their hand. They stop outside one of the buildings, take a deep breath and pat their face a couple times, and then go inside. They must not be looking forward to whatever's going to happen in there. Maybe they have to fight someone. Through the large glass windows of another store, a fawn is trying on a pair of shoes, but they don't seem to fit her hooves. The people waiting with her look annoyed. I wonder if she fusses around with her footwear a lot. For a while, I simply let the day roll by and watch the various figures who stroll by. People watching is fun, especially in such a busy city. Eventually, I go to sip my coffee, only to find nothing coming out. With no more reason to stick around, it's time to go. On the sunlit street, I look about to match what I can see with the map's directions. There's a tall green mountain in the distance ahead of me, which must be the one on the map. It'll be the perfect vantage point for the city. Ideally, I find an empty building I can crash in, but it's not necessary. A roof over my head would be nice, but I'm plenty used to sleeping outside under the stars. Sometimes it's better than sleeping in a bed. Encouraged by the plan forming in my head, I set off on the long walk to the summit. Yippee! The path to the the path to the summit. The path to the mountain turns out to be less simple than the map made it look. First, a trail takes me along the waterfront, and then it turns upwards through a small forested area. Being among the trees and their tall shadows makes me feel at home. When the path leaves the woods again, I'm a little disappointed. It leads up a paved road, so I stick to the edge to avoid passing cars. Sometimes I take shortcuts through yards and up unmarked paths. There are quite a few nice looking homes right along the roadside. I make a mental note to go check them out when I'm low on money or food. Not much further along, a concrete lookout offers another glimpse of the city below. A couple airships are coming in to dock at the skyport, probably from one of the other floating islands. There's still a ways to go to the top of the mountain, but luckily the walk has been easy so far. I wouldn't even consider it a hike. Eventually, I reach the final stretch of road. I can see where it curves ahead to the summit, and I hurry to the end. A metal railing spreads out like a crown on top of the mountain. As I go to toss my empty cup away, a pair of chatting tourists pass me by.
How far is it from here?
Oh, about an hour from the base of Mount Victoria, so a bit further from here.
Mount Victoria.
I'm glad to know what this place is called. I say the name out loud to commit it to memory. Standing at the edge, I'm treated to a wonderful view of Wellington. The city forms a crescent moon shape around the bay, which glitters like a sapphire from up here. The sun is starting to set, and that makes the water even more shimmery. Even more airships can be seen coming and going. I think that I can even see the edge of the floating island we're on, miles out in the open sky. I survey the city using the skyport as a reference point. From up here, what felt like such a long chase really doesn't look far at all. If I strain my eyes, I think I can even see the coffee shop from earlier. What was it the barista said it was called? The Bell House? It's kind of tough to make out details. My hearing and sense of smell may be great, but my eyes aren't that much better than a human's. Then I noticed something useful.
Look, look! Is that our house?
Probably. What can you see from here?
I see Dad's car!
Not too far away, there's a little kid who's using a pair of metal tubes attached to a post. His mom is helping him aim it at the city. It must be something that improves your vision. Pretty sure I've only seen one of those once. IRL. I do remember visiting I think I visited a park and they had these. I think they have them at a beach too. Just like I've noticed that they appear around areas where there is a wide view to like see along this view, to see from a great distance. But to look through here, you can see closer. You'll be able to see, like, well, something that the young character had found. You can see the car, you can see the mountains closer. You can see, well, if I were to have an idea, it is close to a beach. You'd probably be able to see the waves closer. And a pier. P-I-E-R. But I gotta say, it has been a long time. It feels like it has been a really long time since I have gone out, traveled with family to a place like this. But I do still have a memory of a hiking trail. That was nice. It's particularly nice during warm weather, or like warm, slightly windy, or even fairly windy weather. when I press my eyes to the same spot that the child did, though all I can see is black. I try moving it around, but it doesn't change. Is this thing busted? No, sweetie. You need to put a queen in. Some text is printed on the side. I have no idea what it says. There's a small slot, though with a picture of a coin next to it. Lucky for me, it's the coin that has a 50 on it. I put the coin that I received from the barista into the slot and spin a lever. The machine eats my coin, and then when I put my eyes to it again.
Yes!
Wow. Everything looks much closer now. Even the trees on the other side of the hill appear in crystal clear detail, like I'm standing right next to them. I aim the viewing glasses at the city and look around, trying to find a good place to rest for the night. Houses are a no-go, even if they look empty or abandoned. You can never let your guard down for a minute. Same with most shops. I don't have enough money for a hotel, and I won't risk sneaking into one of those either. As I'm studying the sights, trying to memorize as much as I can, there's a clicking sound, and once again, the view goes black. Stupid machine. I smack it a couple times and check again, but I still can't see anything.
Well, whatever. Looks like I'm sleeping outside tonight. Guess this place is as good as any.
I head back down the trail a little bit, and veer off of it into the underbrush. Yep. Just a
Not
little further up.
perfect, but it'll do.
I agree. It's not exactly the wilderness, but just about everything around here seems cityfied to some extent. Especially, usually when I make a den, I prefer to find a place far from other people. A place where nobody will find me. I doubt I'll find anything perfect, but this is good enough.
It's fine. Can't afford to be picky.
Hold on. Was there echo? Hmm. Yeah. It's probably okay. have to stretch. Okay. Okay, there's nothing else to check. Cool. As the trail I was on is out of sight, I transform again. My neck gets warm as my bead activates, and a few seconds later, I'm on all fours. As a fox, the sensations of nature are much stronger. The earth beneath my paws is cool and refreshing, and the breeze whips through my tails like a massage. I hurry down a hill covered in grass, so tall that it reaches way over my head. I can smell fresh water and follow the scent to a small stream where I'm able to quench my thirst. And I'm gonna drink water while the ads finish. Snack. Yep. Okay. It's just as satisfying as the drink I got at that cafe, but in a different way. And being able to slurp up water is way more enjoyable than having to use a straw, or worse, one of those lids with the tiny holes. Oh, I think I know the one. For a little while, I follow my nose to some berries and some edible plants that'll do for a snack. Unfortunately, unlike the water, foraging is never as satisfying as eating human fruit. If I want a real meal tonight, then I should pick up the pace before it gets too late. Still, I want to get this done now, while there's still daylight. I keep close to the stream and search for a place where the ground is soft. Before too long, I find a promising area. A small valley with hills on most sides and thick foliage on the others. I'm still close enough to civilization to hear cars and other city noise. But the area I'm in doesn't seem like it gets visited very often. At the very least. It doesn't really smell like people. The spot that I settle on is a nice mound of earth near the edge of the woods, particularly hidden by a tall tree with low-hanging leaves. Even if no one comes by, it makes me feel better knowing that I'll be out of sight. And so, I start to dig. My claws rip away the dirt as I burrow downwards, widening the tunnel just enough for my sleek frame to fit. First I dig forward and then downwards, widening out an area that's big enough for my whole body to fit. This is something I've been doing my whole life, even back when I was just a regular fox. I think that's why I don't mind it too much. Compared to sleeping inside somewhere, it just feels right to me. It takes a little while, and by the time I'm finally finished, the first few stars have started to peek out from the sky. I shake myself clean of the dirt that sticks to my coat, and then transform back into my human form.
Spread this here, a couple of branches here, some leaves there.
I walk around the valley a bit, checking from different angles.
Not bad for just an afternoon's work.
I walk around the valley a bit, checking from different angles. If you weren't looking for it, I don't think you'd ever notice anything out of place. All that digging has made me work up an appetite, and not the kind that'll be satisfied with just a few berries.
Ugh, I'm so hungry. I haven't had a real meal since yesterday.
Yeah. My stomach rumbles painfully. I've been so busy since arriving here in Wellington that I kind of forgot just how hungry I was. I'll grab some human food back in town. Casting one last glance at my afternoon's work, I set off towards the city.
Work never ends. Time to get some food!
Time to get some food. As somebody who has tried to just snack on berries, it's nice, but it's not enough. It's not enough to satisfy the hunger. I'm a bit disappointed when I finally get back to the busy street from before. I was hoping that it would be emptier now, and that all of the stores would be closed. Turns out I was half right. A lot of shops have gone dark for the evening, but there are just as many people walking around now as there were earlier. In fact, there might even be more. The patio of a restaurant has a bunch of tables full. A mermaid is sitting in the fountain I sat by earlier, chatting with a cyclops. Even the cafe that I visited is crowded now, with a line almost out the door. Yeah. After pacing up and down the road for a while, I sit down and try to figure out what to do next. I'm not too worried about what would happen if I got caught stealing. I'd just escape, obviously, and even if they somehow managed to catch me, it wouldn't be an issue for very long. See, there's something different about me that makes me extra good at being a thief. It's not just the skills I've practiced over the years, like picking locks and sneaking around. No, it's a bit more special than that. Without fail, every single person I meet forgets about me by the next day. Mmm. Mmm. Interesting bit of lore. I don't know why, but I don't really care either. It's magic. That's all I know about. Really useful magic. Everywhere I go, no matter how careless I am, all of my problems are solved by the next day. That doesn't mean there's no danger. I've been caught in the act before, and beaten or harassed before I can manage to get away. I've even lost a few prizes that I stole fair and square, because I had to get going in a hurry. But if someone sees me, but isn't able to stop me, I know that I'll be home free. Sure, they might remember having something stolen, but they'll never know who did it. It almost makes things too easy. Right now, it would be smarter to just come back even later, in the dead of night, and hope that there are no people around. I'd be able to take my time browsing, without having to worry about making a quick escape. Where's the fun in that, though? I walk casually up and down the street, glancing into windows without being too obvious about it. Some stores still have customers inside. Others have locked their doors and shut off the lights. Most of the restaurants are still open and are only making me hungrier. Stealing from restaurants is a bit much even for me, though. I've tried it before, but the cluttered kitchens, as well as all the tables and chairs, make it hard to get around. Plus, I've learned the hard way that there are plenty of hot or sharp things for angry cooks to throw at you as you try to make your way out. Instead, packaged and pre-made foods are my best friends. Things that I can grab multiples of at once and stuff into my pockets. If I'm really lucky, I'll find a place with refrigerated sandwiches or salads. Or sometimes perfectly good hot foods that gets thrown out. You wouldn't believe the kind of stuff that's available if you don't mind sifting through the trash a little bit. It's not ideal, of course, but a hot meal is a hot meal. I know plenty of foxes who have eaten much worse.
Target spotted.
Zoned in. It's perfect. A small convenience store. Snacks lined up behind the front window. Even better, the shops on either side of it are closed too, so there's not many other people in the area.
Locked, huh? Not surprising.
I head down a nearby alley and find the back door, which is probably where they bring in new products. Ooh. Well, I can certainly tell that I skimmed through some little parts of the demo. I'm reading through everything. This is like... I'm gonna be honest. When I was playing the demo, I wanted to skip to the very interesting parts. I wanted to skip to the very interesting parts. I did not even recognize what was happening in this part of the game and the story. So, yeah. It looks like there's going to be some of her story, which will then eventually overlap, eventually introduce other characters. And so far, she has been around 3 people in this game. And she's only spoken to 1. Which She's only spoken to one character so far, who works at a cafe. The other two characters are probably going to appear a little later. We're going with the lore first. Her being by herself. And figuring out what she plans to do by herself at the moment. But she will be meeting a few other people later. I head down a nearby alley and find the back door, which is probably where they bring in new products. The alleyway is dark to begin with, and my dark clothes help me hide even better. I glance around the alley, glad, like always, for my excellent night vision. Nobody's watching, nobody's even around. I pull my hood up over my ears and tuck my tail between my legs, leaning against the sturdy door. To anyone not looking closely, I'm sure I appear as nothing more than a shadow. I dig around in my pocket until I find my trusty lockpick, and then set to work on the door. It isn't a complicated lock at all, just a regular keyhole. With a click, the latch springs open just a few short moments later.
Bingo. Huh?
I try to tug the door towards me, but there's a chain on the inside that keeps it from opening very wide. There's no way a human could fit through the gap, but it would be easy for a fox. First I slink away for a bit, idling on the nearby street, like a regular pedestrian. I wait to see if anyone shows up, just in case I triggered a silent security system. After about 10 minutes, I decide it's safe. I transform under cover of darkness in the alley and slip into the building before transforming back. The shop isn't very big, and the receiving area is just a small hallway with a few boxes of soda and candy bars on the floor. I grab a couple of my favorites and shove them into my pockets. When I creep into the main area, I make sure to stay low to the ground, trying to avoid being seen from outside. I'm not exactly hidden, but as long as I don't stand up, I shouldn't attract anyone's attention. I move fast, cramming as much into my pocket, as much into my coat as I can. Cookies, protein, bars, popcorn. I'm not very picky. When my coat starts to feel pretty heavy, I grab a plastic bag from behind the counter and transfer some of my loot into there. um. Oh, that's what it was. I feel like I may have spoken to somebody once about this subject. The subject being if it was like a zombie apocalypse, or like if it were a time where people are surviving and they need to gather supplies, I would be right onto that. But in this time of peace and like, yeah, in this time where people can actually get into trouble for stealing, I do not do that. I would not do that. I just kind of leave it in games. If it appears in games, I'm cool with it. I'm fine with it. But as for IRL, I have only stolen once. And that was when I was younger. After that, not again. I thought I would share that so you all know my views on, like, picking up things that would usually be paid for. There is something that I've recognized. There could be mixed views on this, I'd say. It's not like I hear it around all the time. There's the talk of you touch it, you buy it. So don't touch something if you're not going to buy it. But there's another thing, which is it's okay for you to touch it. If you want to have a look at what the item is, to have like a closer look at it and like have a feel of the texture, that is okay. As long as you can place the item back. Or if you would like to buy it. Personally, I would prefer to hear the second advice. If somebody is saying the first, then it's not offering much freedom to the other person. It's not like offering them a chance to experience something. Now, the person who encouraged me to have a look and be able to touch the item, they were still working at this shop and they said it is okay. So I thought, oh, are you sure? Like, is it really okay to do this? Because I know that there's the other opinion where people say, oh, don't touch something if you're not going to buy it. And she's like, no, it's okay. Like, how will you know if you. How will you know that you'll like something and you'll want to buy it if you don't, like, have a feel of it and, like, you know, receive something, receive some happy, good feeling by, like, touching an item. For example, I bought a packet of beads to make some jewelry. Now that's an example. Even though it is so easy to just look at the packet and be like, oh, yeah, it looks nice. But you know what? I don't just want to look. Obviously, I'm not going to straight away be like, yeah, I'm just going to pick this up. I take a moment to decide. And if there's somebody working there, I will like ask them, can I have a look at this? Can I have a closer look at this and like touch it? Um yeah. I can yeah. I would say it's understandable but not entirely fair. Like not completely fair when I hear people say the like more demanding um opinion, which is like don't touch something if you're not going to buy it. Um yeah. Maybe it's because I'm used to being around people and animals and like be in an environment which is fair and offers like some generosity and some kindness that I just think, oh, it's okay for me to look. And I'll try to ask if I can touch this. Um, but I have a feeling that they would be okay with it. Um, yeah. Some parents. By the way, that other opinion, I usually hear from parents just walking by with their children, like in the shopping, uh, when they're going out shopping. Uh, it should be more like, yes, you can have a look, you can touch it for a bit, but then, um, please place it back. Particularly for children, because, well, yeah, they're, um, still learning. Um, but for adults, I feel like they've been able to learn more, but it depends on who they are and like how they've been able to grow over the years. Um, yeah. Okay. Well, I'll continue. Um, reading. We're still in Miho's part of the story. Uh, her name is spelt Miho. When my coat starts to feel pretty heavy, oh yeah. Um, I grab a plastic bag from behind the counter and transfer some of my loot into there. I also take a few bottles of water and sports drinks from the coolers. Just as I'm about to leave, I spot a few of the coveted plastic wrapped sandwiches that I was thinking about earlier. Hmm. In total, I was in and out in under 5 minutes, and I've got enough supplies. Oh, hello! Hi! Um, and I've got enough supplies to last me several days. A cat. A cat. I was saying hello to a cat. When I step into the alley, I glance around in both directions, making sure no one saw me emerge from the store. I don't see anyone, but my neck prickles as if someone is watching me. I sniff the air, but don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Nothing that wasn't there before. Still, suddenly there's a flap of wings, and a bat flutters past me from out of the shadows. It goes right over my head and disappears from sight up the street. I let out the breath I've been holding and start making my way back towards the mountain where I made my den. I let the bag swing from my arm as I walk, whistling a song I heard earlier. I'm not able to keep a smile off my face. Well, it's enough to keep her happy for some time. There have been plenty of days in my life where I had none of those things. I wrap one of the sandwiches that I grabbed. I unwrap one of the sandwiches I grabbed and take a big bite. I hope Wellington continues to treat me well while I'm here. I unpack everything that I got from the store, as well as the treasures that I always carry with me. My lockpick, my wallet, a few pretty stones. The only thing that I leave in my jacket is a small scroll. Oh, I was reading that to myself for a moment. This one is much simpler and shallower, and I bury some of the snacks that I stole before covering them back up with dirt. Stuff like my pen and my favorite rock go into the burrow with me, since I like having them close by. Once I've got everything where it belongs, I climb into the hole myself, turning a few circles before settling down with my tail wrapped around me. Ah, what a beautiful sky. From here, I have a perfect view of the stars. I look up at the clear night sky through the mouth of the tunnel. I feel bad for all the people way down on the underworld. I've never been to the underworld, so I have no idea. I can't imagine falling asleep without them. Interesting that she mentions the underworld. Hmm, that would be the second time I have seen. No, that would be the third time I have seen a reference for the underworld. A date with death. Hades. And this one. And please be happy. Comfortable and safe, I close my eyes and quickly slip off to dreamland. Speaking of, I want to play more of Hades on stream. I wake up to trouble, or at least a threat. I'm sure it's in the morning as I peer out the burrow's entrance, but the sky is already dark and foreboding. My attention moves from the ominous rain clouds above to the trees outside my den, their branches shaking in the strong breeze. I climb up the tunnel and out into the open. Sniffing the air, it just tells me what I already know. A storm is coming, and fast. But also, another scent plays on my nose, one so faint that I almost brush it off before taking another smell. Surely I'm wrong. There's no way that. Lowering my snout to the ground, I investigate the area and then decide that I'm right. I change into my human form and look around. Oh, those are 3 words that sound a bit suspenseful. Um, yes, someone's definitely been here, but this scent isn't a human's. It's vaguely familiar, but at the same time, not like anything I recognize. They must have come here in the night and stopped right outside my den. As a fox, I dive back into my hole to make sure everything is still there. My heart pounds in my chest, but nothing appears to be missing. I also check the spot where I buried my stash from last night, but that hasn't been disturbed either. I breathe a sigh of relief. If any of my stuff had been stolen, I'd be so mad. But that still doesn't answer the question of what they did want. And that's even more concerning. I'm a pretty light sleeper, and usually the slightest sound or motion will wake me up. So, if someone was able to sneak up on me, even I have to be impressed. Impressed and a little bit worried. I've got a more pressing issue right now, though, and I stare up at the sky in disappointment. I would have found a different place to make my nest and hide my supplies if I'd known this would happen. Instead, both burrows will probably just be piles of mud by the end of today. I fill my pockets with my most important possessions and some of the food I grabbed last night. Everything else I wrap as tightly in the plastic bags as I can and bury them in my den. Hopefully I can find somewhere fast and then move everything else over before it gets ruined. An abandoned house would be perfect, or some other place where I'd be able to hide. I'm just about to get going when a loud flapping sound overhead catches my attention. I expect it to be a bird, but instead it's yet another bat. This one is even bigger than the one I saw last night. Its wings are way longer and noisier. I can even hear it squeaking something as it flies past. Some people say bats and foxes are similar. I don't see it. I watch it fly around for a little while before it takes off towards the city. A couple times it disappears between the trees or just too far ahead, but I always manage to catch back up. Eventually, we're out of the woods and back into civilization, where a car whizzes right past me. There's a sidewalk here, and other people walking around. Most of them look up to the sky nervously, though, and everyone seems to be in a hurry. Oh, I said that word a bit bold. I'm just about to get going when a loud flapping sound overhead catches my attention. I expected to be a bird, but oh, It's a continuation of what was written earlier. More people seem to be going in the direction I was headed than anywhere else, so I stick to that. By now, my winged guide is almost out of sight again. Just a little black speck in the sky flying into the distance. Farther up this road, there's a slope that leads to a big, fancy looking building. It doesn't look like a shop or a restaurant. At least, not one that I've ever seen. But there are so many people going in and out that it has to be open to the public. That's good enough for me. It'll give me some time, somewhere dry to spend some time, and maybe I can learn something useful. Plus, places like this usually have plenty of valuables inside. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find something to fund my next few days. After all, the bigger the target, the less likely they are to notice something's missing. The sturdy oak door isn't as heavy as it looks. A firm push being enough to heave it open. Gingerly stepping inside and out of the rain, I'm greeted by books. Lots of books. Books on shelves, books on tables, books on the floor, books everywhere. Oh, I know this place. I saw this in the demo. I think we're getting somewhere here. The story is moving along to another location. Yippee! Though, I think she still needs to pick up her things that she left behind. Or maybe she won't need them? She could probably decide on that. The place even smells of musty old paper. And the dozen or so people inside are mostly leafing through pages in the aisles. I can understand why this is a great place to visit. 'Cause I would visit too. And it looks so clean. The odd silence about the building is striking, given how many are around. It doesn't look like a shop, so I assume this must be a library. I've heard of them, but I've never been in one. No point, since I can't read and all. But I had a thought. I had a thought. If you cannot read, what if somebody helps you to read? but it's warm and cozy and very dry, so it'll do just fine. There's a desk near the entrance with a computer on it that I assume would be where I check in. It's unattended, which is good for me. I take a seat in an empty chair nearby and sit back just to observe for a bit. Probably a smart choice. There are plenty of people, but it's not too busy. Lots of empty, unwatched spaces. Most folks seem to be here alone, or in small groups that keep to themselves. There's not much conversation going on, and what there is all whispered. Nobody gives me a second glance, which is a good sign. It means I'm probably not breaking any rules just by being here. Behind the desk, there's a hallway leading deeper into the building, and I peek around the corner to see what's back there. All I can see are some shut doors and, at the very back, a staircase. Ooh! I saw a portrait. I saw a portrait in the frame. Um, After glancing around to make sure no one's watching, I sneak down the hall and try a couple of the doors. Oh, pardon me. I might, I'm just going to check on the chat for a moment to see if there's, like, something to change here. I don't think there is. I'll move this down about here. And across to this corner. Yeah. Okay. All of them are locked. I could probably pick them if I wanted to. No sense trying to do that now though. Is there anything more valuable around? An antique clock or vase would be perfect. Sadly, it's almost all books. Books and small trinkets that look pretty worthless. Not even worth the trouble of stealing. At least it's got a roof. I do spot a couple promising items, like a set of old coins, and memorize their locations. I do spot a couple promising oh yeah. I wander back to the main area where I came in. Outside, it hasn't started raining yet. But it's only a matter of time. The wind is loud and gusty, and even opening the door is enough to make me shiver. If nothing else, I can probably wait out the rain here. But, my poor abandoned snacks back at the den. What a waste. Can't do anything about it now, though. I should keep looking around. I move slowly through the area, never going beyond what seems to be the public area. I pretend to inspect a few books, taking them off the shelves and flipping through the pages, but I'm actually mapping out the place in my head. Doors, windows, and potential places to hide, things like that. Most of the time, this kind of info is unnecessary. It's been at least a few decades since I've had to make a dramatic escape from anywhere. At this point, plotting an escape route is just a habit. Overall, I like what I'm seeing, even with the locked doors and off-limits hallways. There are a lot of nooks and crannies that would make good hiding spots, especially as a fox. From the thick dust that coats a lot of these areas, I can tell they don't get a whole lot of visitors. I think I'm going to drink water again. I think I need to go downstairs. Yup. I think I'm gonna visit the kitchen soon. And check for what is for dinner. What will be for dinner? I might just finish reading a few more, like, pages, and then I'm gonna visit the kitchen for some time. Like, maybe 10 minutes? Or... yeah. Have a bit of a break, and... yeah. There's a list that, that the house has for, dinner plans, and I just gotta check if it's, like, there's going to be dinner prepared, or if it's, like, vending, or another word of that is, like, just choosing your own food. Yeah. If I'm careful, I might be able to go a whole week or more without being noticed. As long as I can get in and out of the building easily, that is. And with the huge windows that line the back wall, that seems easy enough too. I weave around a couple shelves that are taller than I am. Heading for the far back corner, I peer around the corner of the last aisle just to make sure I'm alone. But I'm not. Oh? Woman! It's a woman! 3 hours later, we have found a woman reading a book. At a small table by the window sits a woman with a small book in her hand, resting against her fingers. She's perfectly still, but mouths the words on the page as she reads, like she's tasting them instead of just seeing them. Her expression has the distant look of someone way off in their own world, far away from this one. She looks so at peace that I think she must belong in that other world. I can relate. She's beautiful and elegant in the same way as a painting, with the light from the window shining on her like a display. I duck back behind the bookshelf, pressing one hand to my racing heart. My other bumps against one of the books on the shelf, and it falls with a dusty thump. Cursing my clumsiness, I silently back away, in case she decides to investigate. But she doesn't leave her chair.
I suppose it's nothing.
She turns and gazes out the open window at what I don't know. A moment later, she returns to her book and leaves this world again. I stay hidden, my face still burning a little bit. Yes, I think this will be the perfect place to spend some time. Suddenly, there's a much louder boom than the one I caused as thunder rumbles outside. A few people around the library startle at the sound and look around. Sighing, the girl in the chair pulls the window beside her closed. Oh gosh, I was changing my accent slightly. It's a lot of the time reading dialogue in Final Fantasy XIV. Okay. The first drops of rain falling not a minute later. I'll investigate the windows later. Right now, I don't want to bother her. So I head back to one of the plush chairs on the other side of the library and take a seat. I could be here a while, depending on how long the rain lasts. So I may as well get comfy. I agree. Man, this is getting good. This is like, wow, this story. And the fact that she has found this library and this, I mean, well, she has found a woman who is reading a book peacefully. Yeah, yeah. I have a good feeling too. Okay, so I'm going to read a bit more before I go and check the dinner roster. Okay. Hi Luna. It's good to see you. Yeah. I feel like just now it's beginning to feel a bit more like a Yuri. They haven't met yet. Like they haven't even spoken to each other yet. But I don't know. I'm very curious to see like how they communicate with each other. Also, the woman who was reading the book looks adorable. They look beautiful. Yeah. I mean, it's not just my words. It is also Miho's words too. This is Miho. She is a fox. I found a few books that have more pictures than words and curl up in one of the soft chairs. Why am I okay? I was just like looking at her facial expression and I was just like zen, calm, relaxed. But then I remember, oh, right. She's certainly able to remain calm, but she's got some spunk. She's got some like What is it? I feel like she's got a bit of sass. She is mischievous. So okay. Change that up a bit. uh I find a few books that have more pictures than words and curl up in one of the soft chairs to flip through them. There aren't as many of those ones, and I go through the stack pretty fast. It takes long enough for the rain to start, though. The longer I read, the louder the pounding of the rain and the howling of the wind become. Guess it's not letting up anytime soon. I can't complain though. This library is pretty cozy by my usual standards. It's warm and safe, and nobody tells me to go away. I even have snacks. And I'm gonna sip my drink. I'm gonna sip this water. Da, 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 da. Oh, I think I like this music. uh. More than once, I get up and walk around the library again. Even though I've got most of it memorized by now. I take note of things like a child's stuffed toy that's lying on the floor in one section, or the thin blanket that's stuffed between a bookshelf and the wall. On my third or fourth trip around, I finally find something I've been looking for. Who is she? I'm sorry, I had a moment. I had a moment there. In one of the far corners, totally opposite from where I saw the reading girl earlier, there's a single chair and small table. The painting itself is of a girl with light brown hair, but I barely pay any attention to that. What I'm interested in is the frame. We'll see about that, Mio. We'll see about that. There could be something there could be something more that you could find, that you could discover. It's lovely. It looks like it might be made out of gold. It certainly shines like it. It's carved intricately into the shape of waves, flowing up and down. It's got to be worth something. I pretend to not pay much attention to it as I make my way back to my table. There are too many other people around for me to be able to try to sneak it out. It's too big to fit under my jacket without being obvious. That just means I'll have to come back some other time. Maybe once this place is closed. The hours pass by and the storm continues. I'm kind of disappointed about losing a whole day, especially so soon after arriving. Oh, sweetie. You are now experiencing what it is like to be in a library. I have a feeling she will visit again. I pat one of my egg pockets, feeling the familiar and reassuring weight of the paper scroll that's tucked away there. That scroll is the only thing close to a purpose that I have. And it's not particularly urgent. Or at least, I don't have any way to deal with it faster. Ooh, this might be a good time. After this part, I spent a long time reading. It's almost afternoon when I go and check the windows again. But the rough weather outside continues. At this rate, I'll be sleeping in a puddle of mud tonight. Unless... A quick check shows that a lot of the other library patrons have left. It's not empty, but it's not nearly as full as earlier. Guess some of them decided it was worth braving the rain. Don't I know it? I like to visit the library, rain or shine. I love visiting the library. It doesn't happen often, but when I get the chance and I travel up to a library, when I'm in the area, sometimes I will, I'll go visit. the exciting part is there are a few. There are a few that I can visit. I can just take transport. Only takes like, I don't know, 10 minutes. But it still depends on which library I want to visit. If I'm looking to travel for like a short amount of time, but still find a library that's pretty good, that's like, that still has some books that I like, then that will work. Yeah. I did visit a library. Sorry, the way I said that was a bit funny. I visited a library on a really hot day. I just found one that was pretty close by, and I just sat on a chair in a cool room in like the cool library, just reading a book. I did try playing a video that I have saved on my laptop, but I realized that I was a bit more in the mood for reading a book. But then when I got tired of reading... Okay, so I'll say this. I didn't get tired of reading the book. Like, I got bored of the book. It was more like I just felt exhausted. And I wanted to find something else to do. There were a number of things that I ended up planning on that day, because I could not go home until the weather cooled down. It was in the 40s. It was like 43 degrees Celsius. And it was only going down to 30 or close to 30 by the time I traveled back home. After a few hours. Yeah. But it was nice. It was nice to be able to go out. And I'm happy that it's free to just visit the library, sit down and read books. But the other part was watching a movie, which I did pay a little for. Things. Has anybody else had a day like that? Whether it's like a time where the temperature has gone up really high or the temperature has gone really low, like, and you just wanted to go to some other place. Go to a place where you feel more comfortable. Honestly, I hope that you have all been able to experience that, because it's great. It's really good. And you just end up spending about $10. Like $10 or less during the day. Oh, I touched the microphone, sorry. You can talk about it if you feel comfortable. But if you don't want to share it, that's okay too. Yeah. Looking as nonchalant as I can, I get up from my seat and pretend to browse again, slowly moving through the shelves. The reading girl is gone now, although she's not what I was looking for. Instead, I pick up the dropped toy and blanket that I spotted earlier, and then head to one of the out-of-the-way hiding spots I picked out today. It's on the floor between a shelf and the wall, but has a bit of carpet to help make it softer. Even better, it's between two corner shelves, meaning that it's practically out of sight if you're not looking for it. I wriggle my way between the furniture and lie down, using the toy as a pillow and draping the blanket over me. I toss and turn a few times before finally settling down.
Yep, not bad at all.
Even though I haven't done much today, I'm always down to take a nap. I can pass a few hours by sleeping. Wake up once it's dark, and then grab that picture frame and be on my way. I'll have to rebuild my den once I get back. But that's a problem for future me. I yawn, staring up at the ceiling until my eyes get heavy.
Maybe today won't be a total waste after all.
The soft sound of cloth rustling wakes me from a dreamless sleep. How did someone sneak up on me twice now? I don't know how long it's been. The sky outside has darkened significantly, and now stars twinkle outside the window. Oh, there's no time to react as the sound comes closer. I hear no footsteps, but suddenly a woman steps into view. Her clothes are pure white, making her stand out like a ghost in the dark library. Her cape rustles again as she reaches towards one of the shelves. One of the shelves I'm hiding behind, to be precise. Gingerly, she moves 2 books to the side and then slides another book into the space she created. She handles them like precious treasures that might break if she's too rough. I stay perfectly still, afraid to even breathe in case she notices me. My heart beats wildly as she slowly and deliberately looks over the shelf, examining the titles before taking a book from the second lowest row. Through the gap she creates in the shelves, our eyes meet in the darkness. Eee! Oh no. I tense up as she steps around the shelving between us to get a better look at me, preparing myself to leap away if the need arises. The carefully memorized layout of the library flashes through my mind as I frantically plot the best way to flee. As I prepare my escape, I can see her taking in everything about me: the stolen blanket, the makeshift pillow, my generally disheveled appearance. She opens her mouth, and I brace myself for the verbal attack that's sure to come.
Hello there. May I ask why you're sleeping on the floor?
Um,
It doesn't matter what I say, just distract her enough to get away.
I don't have anywhere else to sleep.
I thought so.
She leans down and offers me a hand. I look at it warily. Oh, um. I don't take it, but I slowly stand. That's what I was thinking. Letting the blanket fall to my feet and trying to subtly get in position to run.
Well, I have an extra room on the second floor that you're welcome to borrow, if you'd prefer that. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to remain here, on the ground. I apologize for waking you.
Okay. Let's save that. And I'm gonna have a break now. I'm gonna yeah. I'm gonna have a bit of a stretch break. And probably a toilet break too. Yes. Feel free to grab some snacks, drink, anything else that you need to do to self-care. Yeah. While I'm gone for about 10 minutes, I think I'm going to try and be, like, not take up too much time. Yeah. I will continue this soon when I return back. I'll go to the BRB screen now. Hi, I am back. We've reached a rather interesting part in the story. I'm not entirely sure. The thought of some people who left. I mean, I think it's fair enough if they're just like, oh, okay, I have some other place that I need to go to. The story is developing now. Which I have a feeling some would probably be interested to see how the story develops. And others, not so much. But I am definitely excited to, like, I really want to see where this leads. It would appear that they are friendly towards each other. They're friendly at the moment. Even though they're just mating for the first time, they seem to be friendly. Well, some of you probably already know by now. I love to see gay couples together. But I do understand too that there is a process for that. I know that there are some people who I will see together, like see two guys together, two women, like two men and two women together, gay and lesbian, but sorry, that is to say when it's confirmed. Anyway, I got a bit off track when I said those words. Some of the time, they're cool with it. Like, they're okay with admitting it. But then, there can be some other times, like, other situations, which is like, no, that's not happening. Or it's not happening yet. They all have their own story. But all I can say for now is that Miha is okay. Like, she reacts okay towards people in this game. But she does still seem to notice when somebody is like presenting themselves a certain way. I think she's beginning to think about that. Beginning to think about the appearance of people on the positive note. Yeah. All she has known during her life is moving around to a bunch of locations, finding a safe place where she can sleep, and yeah, I reckon there are a few things. She traveled by airship with a bunch of other characters that you don't get to see appear, but you can just kind of hear about them. She managed to run away from security guards that were at the passport section where people like I don't know if it's passport. It's like showing a form of identification. Yeah. She's been able to carry a small amount with her. And I think she's still trying to figure out what to do in her life. But she hasn't felt sad. She has felt like a bit of indecision, like been a bit indecisive about what she wants to do to live in this place called Wellington, this town. This is the first place that she has found, which is relatively more comfortable. And she has shelter. She has better shelter here. Yeah. I don't know if I mentioned it. I kind of like wanted to mention it quietly and not say it in a way that's wrongdoing. since she has felt hungry, she's felt hungry in the past 2 days. I was trying to remember how much there was, like how many days there were. She did steal some food. And I was like kind of launching into some important notes. Like I talked about a few things saying, you know, in this case, I would. But in the overall case, what is going on in the world right now, I wouldn't. In the case of like a zombie apocalypse, or like a time of people needing to survive, and that I know that still happens for people. I know that. Yeah. I'm thinking of how to word that. So I would be the type to purchase for me and for others. But, like, yeah, in the current times right now, I would do that. But if there was another case where there was, like, some other world in-game, in a story book, in, like, some kind of apocalypse, I would probably steal. Yeah. So I am happy that she's chosen this. Even though it's not necessarily the right thing to do. Most of the time. I think there would still be, like, some cases where it is acceptable. But, like, for most things, wouldn't encourage it, but yeah. Since this is a different world that she lives in, it could be more acceptable. Or the characters wouldn't bat an eye if they notice. And I am doing that. Even though I haven't reached such a large audience to, like, to offer support in monetary value. I'm happy that I could still offer to some that I'm close to. I do get some food earlier. Um, yeah, I recognize it was um getting close to the closing time for McDonald's and some other takeaway fast food restaurants. So I just had leftover food. Um, made a drink too. Has anybody else uh done that? I hope you have. Like snack, something to drink, or like if there's anything else which could bring you some comfort. I'm just a stranger, someone who broke into a library. There's no reason for her to treat me kindly. My years of experience, and there are plenty of those, tell me it's a trap. I'm sure the least she'll do is ask for something free in exchange for her staying there. Like, I think that would be how it goes. I've read a lot of stories, and that would be how it goes. Somebody doesn't have a place to stay, and they find this place. Like, they don't have like a safer place to stay. Usually what would happen is they allow that character to stay in the house or building where they are, but offer some work or offer some chores, as they like to call them, chores, like cleaning or cooking food or watering the plants or something like that. But I find for those who are particularly kind, especially kind, and possibly love that person, or like they're on their way to love that person, they won't give them anything to do. They will just allow that person to stay there for free. And they can receive like food drinks, pretty much like receive meals and a roof over their head, some shelter, and they can do whatever they want. It is their home. It is like home. So
Thanks, but no thanks. I'll just be going actually. Sorry to bother you like this.
she is expecting the worst. Or like she's expecting something bad. But I don't think that's the case. Not quite. I hurry past her, shoulders tense as I expect her to grab me or try to stop me. She doesn't, though. The one time I glance back, she's watching me with a strange expression that I don't recognize. When I get outside and away from the library, I breathe a sigh of relief.
Whew, that was close. I'm not falling for that one again.
I want to think about this, but at the same time, I want to move ahead. Okay. So at the moment, right now, she still has some food stored away in a little grove, like a hole that she has dug up at the moment, where she rested. And she has returned to that spot a few times. She has walked down in this town along the area where the shops are. Yeah, just like walking around this area where the shops are. Shops and restaurants. And she only has $10. Has no friends. But I feel like she may need to open up. I am saying this a bit directly, but I feel like there's still the chance. Even though she would prefer to live by herself without like inconveniencing anybody. At least she has that place in mind. At the moment, she has that library in her mind, but she doesn't know if she can trust the woman there. And for all of those reasons, she is wandering outside. I may be a thief, but at least I do it honestly. I wouldn't try to trick someone like that. I feel like there's a little bit more to that. It's kind of like she wants to give herself a reason for being a thief. And not just like, reasons? Reason or reasons? Instead of just jumping ahead to steal. I think she's careful about it. Probably. Oh yeah, she did talk about it earlier. Because she doesn't want to get in trouble. She has already been caught up in a bad situation earlier in the story, which was spoken about, but it wasn't shown. Like, it wasn't shown in a scene what actually happened. That wasn't the first time someone tried to fool me and take advantage of me either.
Still, it's a shame to lose such a nice hiding place.
I'm thinking that too.
Maybe I'll give it a couple days for that woman to forget about me, and then try again.
I was about to say something, but I think I will hold on to it. I could be wrong. I was going to say something based on my observation of the situation, of the interaction. But yeah, let's move ahead.
If she wasn't lying about there being an empty room on the second floor, then maybe I could sneak into there.
Well, you do what you gotta do. And it seems like she wants to take a little, like, a different approach. But she's still returning back. Or at least, like, she's started a plan to return back. Tonight, though, I'm on my own, shivering. I wrap my coat and tail tightly around myself as I think about what to do next. The rain has stopped, although it's still cold and cloudy. My stomach grumbles, since I haven't eaten anything other than snacks all day.
Ugh.
I may as well get it over with and go check on the status of my den.
Well, it could be worse.
It's not as bad as I expected, which is a pleasant surprise.
What's a little mine? It'll be just fine.
I swapped to my fox form to prod around the entrance. Yeah, to prod around. The entrance has caved in a little, but after I scoop that out, I find that the rest of the tunnels and main room are relatively intact. Cold as hell, but intact. Seems the trees protected the den from a lot of the rain. It takes me a while to find the spot where I buried my stash, since the stick I used to mark the spot got washed away. Eventually I locate it, though, and start digging. The cold mud makes my paws dirty and sore, and little flecks over my fur. After I finally reach the soggy plastic bags, I shake myself clean before opening them as a human. Some water has seeped through, and I open the spoiled items before tossing them away. I'm not too picky, but I have plenty of other snacks to choose from.
Eat up, birdies!
A few of them swoop down to inspect the offering. I scarf down a quick meal of cookies and unwarmed soup, along with some cold water from the stream. At least the water is satisfying. Then, even though I just woke up from a nap not too long ago, I shift back into my fox form to crawl into my den and curl up. I'm sure it'll be a while before I fall asleep, but I don't feel like going back into town. I've had enough excitement for one day. This isn't all that bad. Regular foxes without magic powers have it way worse than I do. Although, back when a fox was all I was, I wouldn't have really cared. To this day, I'm not sure what it is that makes me different. I used to be just like them, no desire to go beyond the forest or anything, and then one day I became whatever I am today, whatever I am now. All I had was my necklace, a small scroll that I can't read, and the memory of the person who had given it to me. They were so kind to me, that stranger in the forest. They wished me well, even though I was just an ordinary fox. Somehow that didn't seem to matter to them. I never even knew their name, just their face and their voice. But I know that I'll recognize them when I see them again. It's just a matter of finding them. So since then, I've been looking and surviving. Looking for them is what keeps me going. It's enough to live for. If I wasn't, I don't know what else I'd be doing. I guess I'd just be surviving. But if that was the only thing, I think I'd rather have just stayed a fox. But, but, but Yuri! One day, one day, it's going to happen. To be honest, I actually don't know when that's going to happen. When the Yuri is going to reveal itself. But, yeah. I feel like it could be the next time I play this game. It might reveal itself when I'm part way through the next time I play this game. uh, Standing outside my den in human form, I take stock of how things stand. The sun's thankfully out this morning, but everything remains damp, from the ground to the muggy air itself. I'm so interested in this. Like, I think the fact that this has been written so well and, like, it reveals so much of the environment and Miho and the characters that appear in this is why I'm reading. It's like, I find it so good. Um, that is why I have not skipped ahead to the part where, oh, the women actually communicate with each other. Yeah. Is anybody else liking this? Or at least, like, I hope it's relaxing to listen to. The chill on the breeze is the worst, making me shiver every time it hits me. Bell House was pleasant when I visited a couple of days ago, so I decided to head down towards the main street and get a coffee. Let's go! Second coffee of the week. Oh, yeah. Continuing. So I decided to head down towards the main street and get a coffee there while working out my next moves. Oh yeah, the Bell House is Bell House. The Bell House is the name of the cafe, the coffee shop, the cafe. I think that's what they call it in this game, a cafe. Coming to the door at the cafe, I pause and wipe my feet on the mat outside. The human fascination with surrounding themselves in concrete makes little more sense as I work the mud off my feet. Hehe. Two words that ended with eat. In that same, yeah, two words in that sentence. With that, I finally head inside, only to stop in my tracks as the door shuts behind me. The girl reading this. Wait! I mean, she's not gonna say this, but I'm gonna say it. You're here? I, I, I saw you were reading a book in the library. I've actually never done that. I've never actually said that to a person that I like. That I just casually saying, "Hey, it's you." I just say it in my head. I just say it in my thoughts. Standing behind the counter is the same girl who I saw reading in the library yesterday. Same woman, actually. I believe she is a woman. Talking with a customer as she takes their order. That gentle aura about her is unmistakable. The person in front of me finishes their order, and I step up to the counter.
Good morning. Welcome to the Bell House.
I'm almost ready to translate that word to translate girl to woman because I don't like the meaning behind that. I believe they're both grown women. They're both adults. Adult women.
What can I make for you today? Oh, hi. I'll have...
Are there options? I feel like I'm really asking the wrong question to everybody. But what is more attractive? Like, what is more likable? You know what? Not even that word. What is more likable? What is like going to have better conversation when somebody will order the same drink or someone will order a drink that's different. Personally, I like to change it up. I like a variety of drinks. But yeah. I don't change up the order too much that it's like, what is your favorite? Like, what could be my favorite drink? It's just kind of like, well, sometimes I feel like having a coffee drink, and other times I feel like having a tea drink. My favorite drink that I order outside of the house, like order at McDonald's, is a mocha, which has like a mix of coffee and chocolate. And then other times I would order something different. I feel like having a fizzy drink. If there is somebody who has two choices, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also, it's getting kind of dark in this room. I'll be back in a few minutes. Um, yeah. It will be like sooner than when I had dinner. Uh, I need to use the bathroom. I won't be long. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Yay! Fairy Kiss Chiller. Oh. Okay. I like that name. That sounds gay. I'm in. I approve.
What do you recommend? I want to try something new. I'm glad you asked. I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our Fairy Kiss chillers. It's one of our signature drinks, with a vanilla gelato base and a mint chocolate chip swirl.
Ooh. Vanilla gelato base and a mint chocolate chip swirl. I'm already imagining it. Does it have green in it? Or is it just like... Could be the description. I wonder what it will look like.
Okay, give me one of those then. Perfect. And could I get your name, please? It's Miho.
I was planning to get something warm, but that does sound pretty good. She scribbles something onto a cup and finishes it with a big flourish.
I'll have that right out for you. Thanks.
I pay and then go take the same seat as before, next to one of the windows. It's pretty empty in here again, so I can sit wherever I want. Before the barista starts making my drink, I spot her writing something else down in a little notebook. She glances my way once or twice, while she does, but I pretend not to notice. I wonder what it is. The barista the other day didn't write anything down. Anyway, I've got more important things in my mind. I mull over the plan which formed as I walked here, becoming increasingly happy with it. Tonight, I've already decided I'm going to sneak back into that library. Between that picture frame and some of the other trinkets I saw, I should be able to pilfer enough to fund my next few days in Wellington. Finding somewhere to sell it should be the easy part. I've got a dozen excuses that I can recite about where the items came from. Dead grandma, spring cleaning, new renovations. Good timing. I just finished the sentence. Take a sip. Oh, my water. Ooh. I might just be able to bring out my keyboard for a bit. Okay. This one too. Maybe I've charged the little fan enough, which is great. Okay. And then I can put my glasses on. Okay. Was it this one? This one. No. It's a silly one. I'm sorry. I need to pick the right one. It's this one? Maybe? Oh, it's those. Yeah. That's the other one that I changed a bit. Yeah. Okay. This one? Just looking for the glasses. Oh! Oh! That's not the one, but you know what? Slay. Kinda slay. Oh, there they are. I'll return the hair and ears now. There we go. And continue reading. After years of watching other humans do it, and trying it out myself, I've gotten good at pulling items off. I find myself idly watching the barista make my drink. While I do, I practice a disarming smile. All of her movements are quick and practiced. But she has that same faraway look in her eyes that I noticed yesterday. She looks up and our eyes meet. I don't look away, and she turns pink before ducking away behind a machine out of sight.
Huh. Weird girl.
I turn my head around to look around the cafe, and a butterfly outside catches my attention, so I watch that instead. Same. I too would look at a butterfly outside to, like, redirect my attention. It flutters back and forth, landing on a flower and resting its wings.
Miho!
I like how she said that name. She has a beautiful voice. Sorry. um. That's two. That's two compliments. Okay. Oh, my coffee's ready. I quickly get up and skip over to the counter. Cup in hand, she starts to head over to give it to me. But then several things happen at once. Oh? What? One of the little tassels on the pocket of her apron catches on one of the drawers behind the counter, and she jerks to a stop, eyes wide with surprise. And my drink tumbles out of her hand, landing on the counter with a wet gloop sound as the ice cream splats against it, sending mint green rivers of coffee everywhere. Oh no. I'm sorry you had to hear the sound of the bands. I had to cough. I think I got a bit of phlegm. That's oh, you know what? I have just the thing. I'm gonna try and reach over to get it. I'm gonna get a cough drop. I've got it now. This could be. This could be exactly what I need for my throat. Okay. A few seconds pass where we just look at each other, neither of us quite sure what to do. And then she takes a deep breath.
I am so sorry. I'll make you a replacement right away. Just give me 1 second and I'll have that ready for you.
Seems like something I would do too. Her words spill out faster than the beverage, making it hard to even understand what she's saying. Her face is bright red as she spins back around and grabs another empty cup. Then she stops, hands hovering awkwardly.
Wait, I should clean this up before it dries and starts to go bad.
She hurries back to the mess, wiping at it with some napkins. She mops up as much of it as she can with one hand, then leaves the soggy paper on the counter while she starts to remake my drink.
I'm really sorry. This is such an embarrassment.
I wonder if it's similar to this. To like find just a few things to like about a woman until eventually there is a confession. I like to set a higher standard, but I think to make things a little easier, to make the decision a little easier, I would probably just name about 4 things that I like about a woman. To like, maybe for beginning, there could be like 3, 4, about 3. compliments. 3 things that I like. But I imagine there would be more to compliment on after getting to know her. I don't even know if she's talking to me or to herself. I freeze up for a second, looking for an appropriate response to an apology. I'm not used to people apologizing to me.
Oh, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry.
Yes, that would be it. On par. That is something that I would say. Or I would probably rephrase so it sounds a little kinder. Yeah, so it sounds a little more kind or considerate. I'd probably say, "Oh no, it's okay. You can I don't need to go anywhere for like an hour or just yeah. I'm not in a hurry." I freeze up for a second looking for an appropriate oh yeah, I read that. Instead, I just sit back down at one of the tables and watch. She makes the drink twice as fast, and then carries it very slowly to the counter. Yeah. You don't notice it, but I winked. It was like the thumbs up and then wink. Like to give the message of you did good work. It looks good. Yeah. She makes the drink yeah. She makes the drink twice as fast and then carries it very slowly to the counter, setting it down in a clean spot. This time, she takes a deep breath before speaking. Yes. That's the right way to go. Like she's afraid she's going to mess that up. Yeah. I know that feeling.
All right, here's your drink. Again, I'm very sorry.
Aww.
This is your first time here, isn't it? I hope it doesn't leave a bad impression.
Well, I can say it left an impression. I think I would prefer to see that than to see somebody who just gets their work done. Because it shows that somebody can make a mistake, but they can redo. They can redo what they just created. I did find it a little entertaining. And I empathize. I've done the same, girl. Sorry. It's a phrase. But that is to say, I've done the same, miss. Yeah. I've done the same, miss.
Second, actually. Yesterday was the first time. How'd you know? I make an effort to remember as many of our customers as I can, as well as their favorite orders. I believe you can learn a lot about a person from how they drink their coffee.
Same could be said about how a person reads a book. I seem to have noticed that, and I relate. I relate to a bunch of these things. I love this game. And the story. Well, that's too bad for her. Because she won't remember me at all next time. I take a big sip of the drink she made for me. It's creamy and rich and sweet all at the same time.
Whoa, this is really good!
You can offer your compliment to the barista this time. Oh, this is a different interaction. This is like, I mean, it is interaction, but what I meant to say is it's a different response to the drink. The first drink that she had, she ordered it, she waited for the drink to be ready, she picked up the drink, and then she walked out of the cafe. But for this one, a little bit more happened. By the way, even though I have a lot to say about what happened in this part of the story, I can still accept what has happened previous when she ordered the first drink. There's a chance that the lady who was serving her was probably not interested in, like, wanting to interact. And, like, maybe she didn't want to leave a impression on her. So that's fair enough. There are just some people who want to do their work and put on a smile and give the food or drinks, and then they can be sent on their way. I understand. But I do, yeah, I have more to say about this because I'm interested in the, like, the connections. Somehow, I feel like I relate to all the characters. Like, there's a little bit of all the characters that kind of adds up to being me.
It's kind of like a milkshake, but not. But it's not like coffee either. Yes, exactly. I'm very glad that you like it.
I didn't
It's
get a
one of my
chance
favorite
to
beverages that we serve.
put this in, but I'll do it now. I didn't notice it until now. Sorry, Seth. But here they are now. The eyes.
In fact, the recipe was my idea.
Though I may need to do a little more adjusting of the cyan eye. Just a little bit. I added the color like that so it could glow in the dark.
Whoa! They should put you in charge of all the recipes.
Oh? She smiles again. Seems like she's gotten over the crisis of the spilled drink already.
Thank you. I'll make you another one of my favorites next time, if you'd like. Totally!
At least I'll know what to order next time. Even though I'll have been forgotten, I'm already thinking of this place as my go-to coffee shop. Especially since it's in a convenient area. With tasty drinks and cute baristas, I don't have a reason to go anywhere else. A knocking sound from the employee area gets both our attention.
Hey, Aspen, can you start another batch of croissants?
Oh, sure. I'll be right there.
She calls back over her shoulder, and then looks back at me briefly.
Have a nice day, Miho. You too!
Aww. With a wave, she gathers the trash from the cleanup and throws that away before disappearing into the back. So her name is Aspen. That's a pretty name. I'll have to try and remember that. Getting up from my seat, I decide to head back outside for some fresh air, sipping my Fairy Kiss chiller as I go. I head out the door and onto the increasingly busy main street. I already know my plans for tonight, but I've still got some time to kill before then. What should I do? Ooh, looks like we have a few. Cuba Street, Library, Mount Victoria, Mount Victoria, Den, Oriental Bay. Huh. And now we have a choice in where we could go. Let's go to the library. Oh, not yet. Okay. Later. Yeah. We visit the library later on. Uh, Oriental Bay. Let's go here. It's not far from where I am to the beach, so I decide to head down there. Passing through the city streets, I recognize some of this area from my first day here. When I was running from the Skyport guard,
Whew. Glad that guard chased me in this direction, or I'd have never found the Bell House.
and really, that's been the highlight of Wellington so far. When I get down to the beach, I take a moment to enjoy the salty sea air. From this level, it's impossible to tell where the ocean ends and where the open sky begins. I can see the skyport from where I am, with a few older ships anchored in the harbour close by. Yeah, like that. While I am admiring the view, a worried looking lady comes up and waves for my attention.
Hi, I'm looking for my son. He's about this tall and wearing a red sweater. His name's Tommy. Have you seen him?
Nope. I haven't seen anyone like that. I just got here.
Okay, thanks.
She walks away in a hurry, looking right and left as she goes to ask for someone else.
Humans sure do have it rough.
Since they can't smell or even hear most things, it's a wonder they don't get lost more often. I amble along the waterfront, watching all the people as I go. Like Cuba Street, There's a lot going on. Under a nearby bridge, a group of 3 mermaids are racing each other. Close to the bridge are a bunch of people fishing, with a stressed looking guy running back and forth between them. Next to a boarded up market stall and some big crates, I noticed something weird. There's a fabled with a big flower on their head that spins like a propeller. They're using it to drift in a small circle above something near the crates. I have to check it out, of course. Nobody else pays any attention. I wander over and take a look. The fabled stops spinning as I approach and gives me a helpless look, but doesn't say anything. On the other side of the crates, out of sight from the path, there's a little boy sitting on the ground with his back to one of the wooden boxes.
Are you Tommy?
The kid jumps, totally surprised. Oops. He scrambles up and looks at me with wide eyes.
How'd you know? Your mom's looking for you. She seemed pretty worried.
His expression goes from surprised to sullen real quick.
I don't care. I don't want to go with her. Why not? Why are you over here instead? Cause I'm hiding. Oh. Okay.
It's a pretty crummy hiding spot. I mean, it's totally open on 3 sides. I don't say that though. You think it. Instead, I look up at the fabled floating overhead. It looks almost as glum as Tommy.
Who's that? That's Jerby! You mean you can see him? I can. Is that weird? Mom and Dad can't see him. They think I'm just making him up. He doesn't talk, but he's real.
Jerby waves from up high.
He kinda gave away your hiding spot. I saw him from the road. Mom can't see him, and that's all that matters. Why are you hiding from her? 'Cause...
Tommy sits back down and scratches at the dirt with a rock. Guess he doesn't want to talk about it. I'm always glad to end a conversation.
Well, good luck.
I start to walk away. It doesn't seem like he's in any danger, and I don't want to get blamed for him hiding in the first place.
Hey, wait a minute.
I turn around. He's already standing up again.
Are you gonna go tell her where I am?
Before I can answer, his eyes get huge again.
Tommy, there you are.
I have to turn around again. This time is the woman from before. She's already flying past me over to Tommy.
Are you okay? What were you doing? Don't you ever run off like that again. Ugh, I'm just glad you're safe, though.
Her voice goes up and down between relieved and angry. She has Tommy in a tight hug, but he's just staring forward grumpily. Debbie is flying in distressed circles again. Finally, the lady turns to me.
You found him, right? Thank you so much. I was so worried.
No problem.
Didn't really do anything. I did find him, but so did she. Guess she's not thinking about it much.
Come on, Tommy, let's go home. We'll talk about this there.
This?
No, I'm not going. That's not home.
I think he wants to be out in the fresh air. I don't think he wants to go back to the house yet. My ears flinch as he yells. He stamps his foot on the ground to make his point.
Tommy, sweetie.
Home is where it's you, me, and Dad, not that apartment.
Oh.
That's still your home, too. But this, it's like your second home now.
Second home?
No, it isn't. Not without you, it's not.
Oh, I think I know what this is. What I'm observing here is they decided to move house. Yeah, they moved from a house to an apartment because she has work that she needs to go to, but maybe she doesn't have enough time to spend at home. I know I imagine it's pretty deep what is like going on here with their story. I feel like he needed some time to himself to think about what has happened. And why would they leave behind the father?
Do you and Dad really have to get
Tommy, who was already sniffling, can't help from breaking down and crying. as he throws his arms around his mum and hugs her back.
I don't want you to go!
I get the impression that I should probably leave. Normally I'm happy to be nosy and listen in on things, but right now seems kind of awkward. Neither of the humans notice me leave, but Joby the Fabled sadly waves goodbye as I head off. I wonder what makes him stick around. I'd never seen a Fabled like him before. Not being able to be seen by certain people sure sounds useful, though. I don't have to go far before the sounds of Tommy and his mum talking are drowned out by the noise of the waterfront. I easily fit into the crowd of people milling about. Being able to live a life that no one notices is close enough to being invisible. I'm pretty lucky that I don't ever have to have those kinds of tearful conversations or panic about someone missing. No, being part of the crowd is just perfect for me. I stand at the concrete and admire the ocean until I've had my fill, and then I start wandering again. I have plenty of time to kill and also plenty of restless energy. I decide to go for a walk up Mount Victoria just to give myself something to do. I take the long way up this time, instead of taking a bunch of shortcuts like usual. It winds through neighborhoods and then back out again, with only the occasional car passing by on the street. Compared to some of the other cities I've been in lately, the air here is a lot cleaner and the smell of nature shines through. It can't compare to being out in the wild for real, of course, but it's nice to not be choking on exhaust fumes everywhere I go. The houses are weird, though. Many of them sit up on tall legs, like giant bugs with windows for eyes. That's one way to describe it. More people seem to be coming down the mountain than going up it. Lots of them zip past on bikes or skateboards, while others are jogging or just walking.
This path is longer than I thought.
About halfway up or so, there's a wooden bench just off the sidewalk. It's occupied by a man with dark hair and big sunglasses. As I'm about to pass by, he waves.
Well, hello, miss. Nice evening for a walk, eh?
Huh? Is he talking to me? He must be, because there's no one else nearby. Chatting's usually not my thing, but for the moment, I appreciate the distraction.
It sure is. I'm glad the rain rain's gone.
Oh, for now, yeah. It's never gone for long, though, is it?
That's so. I'm new here. I didn't even think it would rain since it was so sunny the day before.
Ho ho ho! You've gotta watch out for that around here. Mother Nature's real fickle these days. One minute you're on the pier, enjoying the sunshine. Next minute, whoosh!
He makes a whoosh sound with his breath and a wavy motion with his hand.
Storm clouds, as far as the eye can see. That's just Welly for you, though. You live with the sunshine and the clouds. Where are you from, then? Guessing you're not a Kiwi?
Nah, I'm a fox, not a bird.
Oh! Sorry to make that sound. Mia was thinking of the animal. Not the... Oi. Not like a slang word for like New Zealander. Oh, and the fruit. There is also kiwi fruit. His reaction. The man laughs, a deep belly laugh. Like usual, I'm not sure what I said that was funny.
Not like that. Although those little guys are cute. Kiwi is a word for us New Zealanders in general.
Yep.
So it's a bird, a fruit, and people.
You've got it. All three are delightful. Anyway, welcome to Wellington. I hope you're enjoying your time here in our little city.
So far I am. I made my den here on the mountain. I've gotten coffee a few times, and I went to the library.
This is so surprising. She's opening up about these things to this guy. Not anybody else. At least not yet. She has encountered a few people now. Well, at least she was able to speak with Espen. She was able to maintain a little conversation with Espen, which is great. That I'm happy about. I conveniently leave out my plans for the next time I'm in the library.
Well,
Okay,
can't
good.
say that's the usual tourist experience, but I'm happy to hear that it's working out for you. Staying long?
Probably. I decided to come live here but I'm still getting to know the place. So, maybe I'll change my mind.
A true free spirit, eh? I felt the same way when I first got here, long time ago. Didn't think I settled down for life, but here I am now. Lived more years here than everywhere else in my life.
It can't be that long. You don't look very old for a human.
No? Well, that's my ego boost for the day. You don't look very old for a fox either, but I imagine you've got a good head start on me.
That's true. I don't really keep track or think about it, though.
He laughs again.
Can't say I blame you there. I think 100 years, give or take a little on either side, is
I
enough
won't
for
even
me.
bother reading this. The writing that's at the bottom while they're speaking.
And I'm only halfway there, so I've got plenty more to look forward to. And sometimes I'm reminded of how many I've got under my belt already. Thank you for the chat, miss. I better get back to the water now and make sure young Min hasn't fallen into the ocean or anything. It's been a real pleasure talking with you, though. I hope you'll give our fair town a shot.
Thanks. It was nice talking to you, too.
I've never really thought about my age compared to a human's. Humans don't matter to my lifestyle. I wasn't lying when I said I don't know how old I am. It's never been important. Places, relationships, memories, they just tie people down. I want to be everywhere. When I reach the top of the mountain, I take a deep breath of the crisp air. Wind blows my hair in every direction, and I can't keep it out of my face. The wind is wild and goes where it wants. It doesn't answer to anyone. That's how I've lived my life too. A free spirit. That's what the man called me. And I like the sound of it. I can see the smudges of a few people down by the beach and on the pier. Is one of them the man I just met? There's no way to know. From up here, they're just tiny little blips, impossible to tell apart from each other. Once I've had my fill of the view, it's time to get on the way again. I turn my back on the people and start making my way down once more. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, we can go to the library now. And maybe, just maybe, this is where I'll be ending the gameplay. I want to find out how intriguing this is. Like, what is going to happen when she arrives at the library? When the moon is high in the sky, I decide it's time. This is the perfect kind of night for me. There's not much wind, meaning I'll be able to hear or smell anyone approaching. It's a little cloudy too, which gives me some cover from the moonlight. I make my way back up to the library, stopping as soon as I'm within sight of it. I find a shadowy place to hide and watch the front for a few minutes. Like I hoped, nobody goes in or out. All of the windows are dark too. I slowly creep up towards the entrance, ready to transform and flee if I have to. Nothing happens. No one tries to stop me. I peek into one of the windows. It's dark inside, and I can't see anyone at all. Perfect. I move around to the back side of the building and check those windows too. Same thing. It's dark and empty.
This is gonna be too easy.
Back of the front door, I pick the lock and slip inside. I sneak from room to room, revisiting the items I memorized yesterday. They're not expensive or fancy enough to think of them as treasures. I end up leaving a lot of them alone, since I don't want to carry too much with me. The rest go into my coat pockets. Finally, I end up back at the painting in the corner. The piece that started this whole plan. I have to set a couple things down on the floor, because the painting needs both hands for me to lift it. It's heavier than it looks, though it's not very big. It's probably a good sign for how much it'll be worth. I have to jiggle it a couple times to get it off the hook, but I manage. Tucking the painting under one arm, I pick up the other goods from the floor. This should be enough for one night, just to get in and out quick. I start to head back for the front door where I came in. Before I get there, light floods the room. My heart starts to race as I immediately prepare to run. A quick glance over my shoulder shows the woman from last night, standing at the top of the stairs. Her eyes are glowing blue with anger. She takes a step forward, not seeming to touch the stairs.
Leave that painting alone!
I've got to get out of here. Now. Throwing caution to the wind, I clutch my spoils tight and charge for the door, trying to make myself as small a target as possible. The painting is too big for me to transform and still hold onto it, so I've got to do this on two legs.
Stop! Please!
I don't stop. Just like my arrival here, with the guards at the skyport, the thrill of being chased has already taken over. It's exciting and scary at the same time, but either way, it spurs me to move faster. Using my shoulder, I crash out the front door and into the night. I run as quickly as I can, keeping an eye out for patches of slick mud or puddles of water. I need to plug my phone in. I need to charge my phone. Pause. I'm actually wondering. Chapter 1, Day 3. I feel like there's a fair bit to go in the in this game. And a lot of things have already happened in those 3 days. Man, I love this. I love the game and the story. I'll be back in a minute. I need to plug in my phone to charge. I'm moving all around the place. I ended up just standing in the same corner. Like, I was just moving around in this same corner where my desk and chair are. And, I'm charging up. I'm charging up my tablet. The tablet that I haven't used for like 2 years. Um, yeah. I want to find out if there's a way to play a game on that tablet. Or not just one game, but like a few. Cause that tablet is good for drawing and it's good for apps. Like a lot of apps. What I can find on the tablet, I cannot find on my phone. So, yeah. There's one mystery game that uh I've only been able to play specifically on that tablet. Yeah. There we go. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Continue. The path I take goes far past Mount Victoria, and my den ending up in a small residential area. I stash the painting under a parked car, and then take my fox form and crawl under a house, upsetting a mean grey cat who was already hiding there. It makes a low growling sound, and I glare at it, desperately willing it to be silent before it gives away my position. I growl back as best I can, and that seems to scare it into shutting up. I'm not sure if I was being followed or not, but I don't want to take any chances. After 10 minutes or so, I climb out, pick up my loot, and sneak back towards my den. Now that the excitement has worn off, I just can't keep a smile off my face. There's nothing more satisfying than pulling off a heist, even one as easy as this. Other thieves I've heard about must have had it rough. Having to stake out a place for a long time, trying really hard to not get caught, and making sure not to be seen. I've never done much planning, I just do whatever feels right. My ability to transform makes it pretty hard to catch me, although I have had to leave behind the stuff I was taking once or twice. And honestly, it would get boring if I never got caught and had to run. Soup. The water time. I wonder what the temperature will be tomorrow. Ooh. Wait, that's pretty good. I might be able to visit a cafe tomorrow. There is the opportunity. When the weather is nice and it's not like too hot or too cold, I feel happier about traveling out to places for a long period of time. My good mood lasts me all the way home, and then disappears completely when I see who's waiting for me. Oh. She stands just outside my den, looking like she doesn't care at all about the cold or the mud. In fact, her perfect clothes don't seem to get dirty at all. With her back turned to me, she's staring up at the moon, but she faces me as I approach. She has that same calm presence. That happens every time I scroll. As when I first... Yeah, she has the same calm presence as when I first saw her. I think I need to stop talking soon. I think that might be why I'm feeling discomfort in my throat. Feeling like a bit of phlegm. But I can see a mournful look in her eyes, which have gone back to brown instead of furious blue. My heart quickens, almost suffocatingly, as she watches me intently. I know how quickly calm can turn into anger. I should run, but I can't look away.
How did you find me here? Before I even got back?
A friend of mine told me you might be found here.
voice is soft and warm, unlike the way she shouted back at the library.
A friend.
But who? It wasn't followed. I'm sure of that much. With the shock of being found wearing off, the realization I'll need to find a new place to stay sets in. After all that work, too.
I apologize for showing up uninvited. I'm here to ask that you please return that painting to me. You may keep the frame if you'd like, but the painting itself is very dear to me.
I am happy that she has realized why she had picked up the frame. Why Miho had picked up the frame. Like, I pretty much just said it. She doesn't want it for the painting. She wants it for the frame. Yeah. But she was low on time. She couldn't, like... Yeah. If she had more time, she probably would have separated the painting from the frame. But... yeah. I looked down at the portrait. I've been carrying it for a while now, but I haven't given the picture itself much thought. Tell her! Tell her then. She needs money. Even though she probably thinks the portrait itself is nice. She says it's beautiful? Question mark? But she was a bit more focused on the frame. It's a beautiful painting and clearly very old. The girl shown in it is wearing a long, flowing dress, looking down with a small smile.
And also...
She breathes out slowly, and my eyes narrow. It's the sound people make when they're acting calm but they're angry.
Should you want it, I have an extra room available in my library, with a soft bed and a warm meal. You may stay as long as you wish.
Sometimes it's necessary to word it like that. Because if somebody speaks too calmly, it's going to sound insincere. It's going to sound like, do they actually want me to, like, stay at this house? Oh yeah, like stay in the extra room in the library. That's how I know. I mean, of course, after enough communication between people, some people will probably just get it when somebody is just speaking calmly, softly, and they could suggest something like this. But I don't know how Mira is reading this. I don't know how she's reading this reply. But for me, I'm like, I am on board. I understand right away. Like, man. But it's going to be a bit more difficult for her to decide on it because she's so used to making her own choices and like going wherever she wants to go. That a lot of the time doesn't involve other people. So
Huh?
she suggested it again. After I just tried to rob her, she's offering me a place to stay. Okay, now I know this must be a trap. There's no way. What I find interesting here is she's scared of her, but when she's speaking to the guy, she's open. And like, she talks about a bunch of things, but like, I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that she showed a little anger, that she's not accepting like the help. She's like a bit scared of accepting the help. It's almost like she might be waiting for her to show a bit more kindness, a bit more like, kindness might be one way. Bit more friendly. It could be both of them, like just waiting for both of them to be friendly towards each other. Although it's the same thing she asked me last night. before I broke in. I'm sure she doesn't remember that. Oh, she does.
Why?
She repeated it.
Because I have more beds than I could possibly fill and more food than I could eat.
I think possibly what needs to happen here is she needs to see. Not just hear what this woman is saying. I think she needs to see an example because she's a bit guarded at the moment. Also, like, what she just said here, because she has more beds. Yeah. Because I have more beds than I could possibly fill and more food than I could eat. And she suggested that she could sleep in the extra room that is in the library. So I think she's bringing up some ideas to possibly convince her to stay in the room. Not just stay there, but like to be able to sleep there and to eat food that is provided. I think she's observed by now that she doesn't like to stay in one place. She likes to travel around.
If there is someone who wants or needs them, is it not appropriate to share these with them?
That is a good point.
Is it?
She looks at me again, the same expression as it was at the library. Well, her offer does sound kind of tempting.
I guess it's not like my place is as nice as yours.
Not anymore, at least. Not after it rained and made half of it mud. I looked down at the painting again. If I sold it, it was just going to be so I could buy the same things she's offering me. I still don't trust her. I've watched people enough to know better than that. There must be something she wants. But I don't think she wants to hurt me. She knows I don't have anything worth stealing. If If she did try to pull something, I could just run away. It's only one night. I could come back and try again, or find someplace else to take from. I look down to the burrow past where she's standing. It looks less a den and more a pile of mud. The thought of sleeping there again practically makes the decision for me.
Fine, I'll take it.
Okay. She breathes out slowly again and smiles. Maybe that sound doesn't mean she's angry. It might be relief. Possibly.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. I should introduce myself properly. My name is Juliet. May I ask what yours is?
Okay, so Miho, Espen, Juliet. Unfortunately, I don't know the name of the other cafe staff. The other lady who works at the cafe. And there was the guy who she walked past. A woman and their son. I don't know if there was any others.
Miho.
I've had to introduce myself twice in a day now. There has to be a new record.
Well, Miho, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's return to the library. I can carry the painting if you'd like, or you may hold on to it until we get there.
Okay. I shrug.
Here, feel free.
Ooh, new art. Okay. She receives it very gently, and I quickly fall in beside her as we begin to walk back. To my relief, she doesn't try to make any conversation. Instead, she silently cradles the painting as we go. Is it okay? Oh, wrong one. Oopsie. When we get back to the library, the lights are off, and the door is still unlocked. After setting the painting down on the desk, Juliet gestures towards the stairs.
It's on the second floor.
I follow her lead again until she stops at one of the closed doors. She unlocks it and lets me in. Now, what kind of room is this? This is another time where a character will introduce a bedroom to another character when they already have some other bedrooms. Is it going to be the best bedroom that they introduce, or is it going to be a bedroom that is nice but not the best one? It has a green wall. Oh my gosh, wait. This looks kind of dark, but it's okay. Green wall, bed, table with a little plant. Is that like... That looks like a chest of drawers. Okay. And returning back to that now. The room is simple and cozy, with a couple dressers, a table, and a bed. Over the bed, there's a boxy window with a wide sill, big enough to sit on. Ooh. They ended up describing it. Thank you. Oh, wait. Next one. Hi. better. Yay. On the table, there's a cheese sandwich and a few apple slices, plus some sort of cake. There's also a pitcher of water. On the table, yeah.
I hope the food is to your liking. 2 rooms down the hall from here, you'll find a refrigerator, and you may help yourself to anything in there. My study is just past that. If you need anything, don't hesitate to come find me. Is there anything more I can bring for you?
I shake my head in disbelief. What am I even supposed to say in a situation like this? I just stole from her, and now I have both a bed and food in return. Well, thinking of it as what a dog or a cat does, some owners will treat them with kindness, so they want to treat you the same way. That's the best example I can think of. Like, really. To not go in a lot of detail, I have seen how, like, cats like to scratch. Cats can cause a mess. Dogs will bite. They cause a mess. And some people would still show some kindness. Because they deserve it. So, you may have done something similar, and she still wants to help you. As if to answer my confusion, she gives a calm smile. It doesn't help.
Then I'll leave you to it. We can speak again in the morning. Good night, Miho.
The door shuts behind her, and I expect to hear Juliet lock it. But when I try the knob after giving her a few moments, the door opens quietly into the dark hall. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. I pull the door back shut behind me and inspect the room, looking for any hidden threats. Also check the food, sniffing it to make sure there's no poison or anything. If there is, I can't smell it. And so I dig in instead.
Whoa. This is really good.
There's 3 different kinds of cheese in the sandwich, which is 2 more kinds than I knew existed. The bread is soft and buttery, and when I take a bite of the apple, juice rolls down my chin. The water that I wash it down with tastes better than the water from the stream by my den. When I'm done eating, I climb into bed, still feeling overwhelmed. More specifically, not knowing how to feel. Part of me fears that I've made some gigantic mistake, and that I'll wake up in danger if I ever wake up at all. Trusting my instincts has kept me alive on multiple occasions, and for hundreds of years, enough that I've lost count of exactly how many. But something tells me I don't have anything to fear from the woman who I can only assume is my host and the owner of this place. So with that in mind, I pull the blankets up to my chin and adjust the luxurious pillows beneath my head. Who knows, maybe the morning will bring trouble with it. But right now, just sleeping sounds alright. I wake up to the sound of birds chirping loudly outside. Blinking wearily, I prop myself up and look toward the warm sunlight beaming through the window. The sheets under my hand feel soft and dry. My hand goes to my neck, taking in the smooth familiarity of my necklace.
It's still here.
If someone was going to rob me, that's the only thing I have that would seem valuable. Makes sense. I sit up and look around. It doesn't look like anyone came in while I was asleep. Maybe I really am safe here. I wonder if Juliet's friend was the scent I noticed outside my den on the first morning. I don't know how else she could have found me, or how they did it without waking me up. If it happened before, it could happen again, as much as I hate to admit it. So I check around the room very thoroughly, but still don't notice anything different from when I went to bed.
Maybe it's not a trick.
All my past experiences have told me that there has to be a catch. Nothing is free. Nothing. But no matter how hard I try, I can't figure out what it could be. Could Juliet really have been telling the truth? It just seems so unlikely. It'd be nice if it was true. If it wasn't. But if it wasn't, if I let myself believe, only to be wrong in the end, that would hurt even more, wouldn't it? No, I better not even take the risk. After all, I've lived a lot of years this way, and it's not like I hate it. Making my mind up helps me feel better right away, too. It just makes more sense. Even if I tried to stay, I don't think I'd ever stop worrying. This way, I'll know for sure that I'm in charge of my own destiny. Now that I know this room is unoccupied, I might be able to sneak back in sometimes when I need a place to stay. Sneak back in. I think there's one more thing that Juliet needs to mention. She is welcome to leave any time. I think I started mentioning something along those lines. Like, this is a place where she can sleep. A place to lay her head and rest. She can visit any time that she wants to, and she is welcome to go out. That would be pretty healthy, right? It's good to have friends like that. It wouldn't be too hard to climb one of the trees and then get to the window from there. I take one last look around. For just tonight, it was a nice what if. Then I head downstairs and out the door without speaking a word to anyone. It's another day. It's another nice day. The same as when I first arrived in Wellington. Warm sun and blue skies with just a hint of clouds. For a while, I meander around town, eating the last of my pastries from the convenience store halls. Convenience store hall for breakfast. Today feels like another restart. I have no den, no supplies, no anything. It's less exciting now than it was when I first arrived. Is it though? I feel like it's more exciting. Because, like, there is somebody who is getting paid and they can buy food and they can afford to have this library and have, like, a few rooms. And as far as I'm aware, there could be 3 of those rooms that are being used for, like, maybe 3 guests. If Espen is there, if Espen has, like, a room there, she would be the 3rd. Unless Espen has her own home. I don't have a destination in mind, but eventually end up at the waterfront. There's an airship over the bay, descending closer towards the skyport. A couple kids down on the beach wave up at it, seeming excited. Sip. The people arriving on that ship all have somewhere that they're planning to go when they get off, huh? They've all got people waiting to see them. What have I got? Some trash and an old scroll. Look into your memory. I think she needs to look into her memories. 'Cause, like, she's got more than that. I mean, like, currently with her, that's all she has. But as for, like, the connections that she's made, oh no. Sweetie, you have more than just yourself. Mia has been able to speak to a bunch of people here, and at least two of them you would be able to have another conversation with. You would be able to see them again. That never bothered me before in any of the other cities I've been to. So why now? Guess that's another question for the pile. I push myself off the railing and head back into town. I go through the motions of scouting for somewhere to rebuild my den, but my heart really isn't in it. I feel like I've been spending most of this time just trying to speak clear and a little louder. I think I'm tired. I think my voice is getting exhausted. It's time. And it's a nice place to stop at. After wandering for a while, I ended up at the Bell House. Next yet again. It's just the place I go when I have nowhere else to go. Yay! was pretty good. There's still more to go, but honestly, I feel like I've been able to do a lot in the story. I'm on to day 4. I think it's day 4.
Oh, you didn't finish this one!
Yeah, day 4.
Bye bye! See you next time!
Yeah. Wow. Well, I don't have much to say, considering the audience now. But thanks for stopping by, everyone. And yeah, thanks for those who were chatting and for lurking. For those chatting and lurking, I'll be back with another stream tomorrow. I'm gonna play Silent Hill F. And yeah, that's gonna be cool and scary. Yeah. And we'll set up my next schedule in at the start of next week. And yep. I hope you all take care, and I hope to see you sometime soon. If I do not see you and you have something else planned, I wish you good luck with it. Yeah. I'm gonna see if someone I could raid. I think that's all. I don't like that notification. Okay. Bye bye, everyone.